That's when the cannibalism started.
What was that?
Chinese chicken. Chinese chicken.
No? that you were singing...
Like a bumstick in their brain chicken.
Bare naked ladies. Oh, that's what it is. Oh, goodness. Never again to be uttered on this podcast.
What is ironic about the name of the band Bare Naked Ladies is that I'm pretty certain any single member of that band had never seen once a bare naked lady.
That's right, and they're actually fully clothed men. Welcome to the last podcast on the left, everyone. I'm Ben Kissel, as always, staring at the beautiful Marcus Parks.
And speaking of bare naked ladies, we're covering Leonard Lake and Charles today, part 2.
And you're Henry Zabrowski. Say that you're Henry so people know.
My name is Alton Brown from the Cooking Channel.
Yes, I love you on the Food Network.
And you've been using your graters wrong. You gotta rub them sideways, not up and down, you fucking assholes.
Yeah.
I'm a food nerd.
Yeah, I think he has a show called Good Eats. He's one of the most obnoxious ones on the network.
Good Eats is a paralyzingly boring show.
That's right, and the food doesn't even look that good to eat.
And speaking of Good Eats,
yes.
we got Leonard Lake and Charles.
You're
part
just
2
working
today.
out the worst possible segues. This is disgusting. Yes, we're back.
All right, Leonard Lake and Charles Ng. Last episode, we got Leonard. He just joined the hippie commune, and people were kind of getting upset with him.
They didn't like him very much. No. This horrible, balding, bearded man who liked to shoot off his guns, talking military lingo, not doing well in the hippie commune.
You know what hit me as I was walking here today is that I realized that Leonard Lake is the type of guy that Centerfold is his favorite song from the Jay Giles Band. Yeah, he's also the kind of guy who'll brag about how he's like, I can get a whole vagina in my mouth. Where he'll like just put the bottom lip at the bottom of the vagina. I'm like, and then like weirdly tongue stab the middle of it.
Just strategically missing all the sensor points of a vagina that might make a woman aroused.
Exactly.
Yeah, perfect.
Yeah. So Leonard Lake, he was, and this is not surprising at all, a big fan of Soldier of Fortune magazine.
Nothing like a good, even-tempered magazine.
Soldier of Fortune, if you didn't know, was long a refuge for not only survivalists like Lake, but also, especially in the late 70s, early 80s, a refuge for mercenaries willing to fight in African civil wars and straight-out hitmen.
And also losers. And complete, total losers wrapped up in fantasies of grandeur in which they would never do any of that shit.
I like the idea of a militarized person in Sudan or something like that acting very similar to Billy Madison on Nudie Magazine Day, but when it's Soldier of Fortune Day.
So Lake, looking for a friend to share his survivalist knowledge and lifestyle with, placed an ad under the name Tom Myers and got responses from enough people that when former soldier Mark Novak got a hold of him, Lake had long been known in the survivalist community.
And I'll put it this way, Leonard Lake was really good at making up fake names.
Great at it.
Good pseudonyms, because Tom Myers sounds like a guy who definitely wouldn't be raping a bunch of people in a bunker.
No, absolutely
It
not.
sounds like a guy who would just be sort of looking at a bunch of people in a bunker and hanging out with them, being one of a member of a group of people inside of a bunker.
Yeah, he's a guy who has his own mayonnaise jars in the basement. He calls it Myers Mayonnaise, and he's going door to door and selling it throughout the neighborhood.
And it really rolls off the tongue when you want to meet somebody and go, hi, my name is Tom Myers.
Yes.
So, Novak, 21 years old, visited Lake at the ranch for 3 days and had a reasonably good time.
You know, they played, some pinochle, and they hung out. They watched some old episodes of MASH, and then he made some mashed potatoes, but that was it, which was weird to have just carbs and no protein for food. But they were good. They were really salty, but they were good.
Showed him some nudie pictures and cocked a couple
Always
of guns.
Always showing the nude. We cannot stress this enough, how Leonard Lake would show nude pictures that he had taken
to every person that he met.
Everybody. But Novak came away. He did have a good time, but he came away from the experience describing Lake as a bit of a, quote, shit talker.
Well, he was a shit talker. At this point, all he was talk about his bunker and all the things he had prepared for the end times. Because at this point, he was just living in a trailer.
Yeah.
Right.
desperately looking for other survivalist friends, which is just like the weakest thing for survivalists to do. I thought survivalists were all about how, like, I stand on my own. I thought it was about being alone and only needing like one pair of shoes.
Well, maybe if he had more, if he saw more action in Vietnam like John Rambo did, he would know how to truly be a survivalist.
No. All Leonard Lake spent his time doing, as far as I could tell, the extent of Leonard Lake's survivalist skills was putting shit in a plastic drums and burying it out in the woods.
He learned how to twist knobs on a radio in the army on our dime.
Oh, my God.
So, at the very least, Novak had a good enough time with Leonard Lake to suggest the experience to his new friend, Charles Ng.
Just the fact that anybody could be friends with either one of these pieces of shit. It's just like, I can't believe how long. Jeffrey Dahmer needed a friend.
Yeah, but
Jeffrey Dahmer needed a friend. These guys are just having friends come out of the woodwork. They're having like poker games.
Well, I would say these guys are slightly more personable and they have the ability for friendship slightly more than Dahmer.
I guess so, but their main focus is building bunkers and group rape.
Much less dangerous for the friend if you don't have a drill bit going through your skull in an attempt to make you a human sex zombie.
Well, that is an interesting thing about Charles Ng and Leonard Lake. See, Leonard Lake really only had one friend throughout his life, Charles Fat Man Gunner. But Charles Ng actually,
Fat Charles. It was more specific than that.
Excuse me, Fat Charles Gunner. But Charles Ng, he made friends wherever he went. He had friends in the army, places that he would work at. Later on, he had friends there. Every time he got into trouble, Leonard Lake or Charles Ng always had somebody to call.
But he was just a sour little man. Every time you hear him talk, he's just like, "Oh, they always lie about what I do. They lie about what I done, and I was just hanging around. I just hanging around. You know, I come around and I bring, yes, I do. I bring a big fancy pot. Yes, I brought a walk. Oh, is it funny? Is it funny? Everybody ref about the things I bring to the friendship.
I mean, we can learn a lot from the movie The Hangover. It's always kind of fun to have a feisty Asian fella hanging around.
I guess so.
Yeah, I suppose so. So Ng, at this moment, is serving in the Marines in Hawaii, and his time in the Marines was fairly uneventful until the eventual crash and burn. He was generally described as a loner, although he would entertain his fellow soldiers with his kung fu skills, which he would kick pencils out of their hands. And he was actually known for his kung fu skills and was pretty good with nunchucks.
This is my question, again. Do we actually have witness testimony written down that says he was good at nunchucks? Or is he just one of those pieces of shit that you'd meet at, like, day camp when you're, like, 12 years old, who's just like, oh, yeah, I'm pretty much expert at nunchuck. You should come by my garage. I have, it's two paper towel rolls tied together with rubber band, and I'll fucking whip it across your face until you're blind, my friend.
Yeah, I mean, you just have to take him at his word. The same way as the 6'7" man, I just say, I can dunk the basketball, and everyone's like, I'm sure you can. I can't get off the ground.
Yeah, but one look at your ankles, and they know that you're not much of a jumper.
That's right. I used to have blood clots when I was 21, and it really messed with my ankles, so thank you, Henry.
Well, Charles Ng was described by former commanders as an exemplary Marine. As far as Marines went, that because he was also obsessed with violence. Like, he was the type of guy that would chant the Marine, like the type of shit that they chant during the run, like the jogs during boot camp. He would say stuff like,
no kill, no thrill.
Over and over and over again.
Private, listen, we love your exuberance, all right? But I'm really going to need you to hit some of the L's in this, okay? I know there is a barrier here, and I understand that we here in the Marines, we're equal opportunity. We're really going to try for you to hit these L's, all right? Okay, of course, Commander. Yes, sir. No kill.
All right, just repeat. No kill, no thrill.
No kill.
No kill.
No thrill. Just give me gun. Give me gun. Why everybody always complain about how I say things and what I do and what I bring to friendship?
So, despite being a weird guy, he's always, and that's the other thing they said, that he'd constantly be in the corner practicing his spin kicks.
Fucking loser.
No, I mean, this is what he has to do. I mean, how difficult is it for an Asian American to find a identity in this country, especially at this time? All he had was Bruce Lee and Kung Fu films. What else was he supposed to do?
Hey, we have some great Asian personalities that made their way in this country.
Tila
Kobayashi.
Okay.
We got Kobayashi, and we got Sun Yi. Allen. So big players out there.
George Takei,
At this point,
He's
he was
doing-
nothing.
he was Sulu at this point.
People were making fun of him.
And the guy that was the butler in the Green Hornet, Kato.
That's Jackie. That's not
Bruce Lee.
Bruce Lee.
But I think that Charles Ng is not doing anything for Asian culture, doing high kicks, being like, oh, I dare a bird, can't even close to me. Because a bird even comes close, I destroy it with I got a big swipe kick. Big swipe kick. Look at me when I do it. Why is everybody always complaining about what I do and when I practice my speed kick?
Well, he could have used a buddy, I think.
Well, his buddy
Yeah.
was, in fact, Mark Novak, the guy that had visited Leonard Lake. The two had met while they were shopping in the Army surplus store. They noticed that they were wearing identical scuba diving watches.
Hey, buddy, hey, what you wearing? What's that?
It's a Casio scuba diving watch. Yeah, I love it. It's one of the best watches I've ever.
Shit, my friend.
Do you have the same?
Look at it with your eyeballs, dude.
Man, it's so like I am white and you are different white. But I
I'm
feel
a different type of white. But I gotta say, we friends now. And you ever once complain about how what I do and what I bring to friendship? I tell you what. I will put you down in a bunker. I tie you to a recliner bed. I cut off your clothes with scissors, and I watch you as my body prays with your balls.
I think I'm going to recommend this guy go meet that psycho Leonard Lake to get him away from me.
Yeah, well,
Tom Myers.
Tom Myers. Well, they did, after they met at the Army surplus store, they decided to go have a soda together because they're both sober.
Which also shows me this is the problem. I if you do have a drinking problem or a drug problem, I'm glad that you get out of it and you're sober and then you're being strong. But a lot of times it means that you're an insufferable piece of shit.
I have no problem with recovering alcoholics, but for the person who's never touched any drugs, including pharmaceutical drugs, at any point in their life, you haven't lived.
Yeah. So while they're having their soda, they started talking about, survivalism, which Charles Ng was already pretty into. And Novak mentioned, hey, I just stayed a few days with this guy out in California. His name is Tom Myers. You ought to look him up sometime. So Charles Ng, this meeting would actually be pretty fortuitous for him because soon after this, he would go AWOL from the Marines after getting caught stealing $11,000 in machine guns, grenade launchers, rifles, and pistols from the base armory.
Which is insane. He
It's
was
insane.
obsessed with weaponry. He loved guns. But at the same time, what we're going to discover about Charles Ng is that he had a true problem with kleptomania.
Yeah.
Like he loved to steal. He liked to get things over on people. He wanted to be smarter than everybody else, which is why him and Leonard Lake got along completely, because the idea is there were the last two brave men in America by the end to really get what they want. Like real men's rights activists. They're really, really great at it. Really strong men.
Yeah.
And really, man, as we get more and more into this, it's like Ng and Lake were like the proto-men's activists.
Yes, it's
like
horrible.
the really obnoxious ones. The ones that are just fucking terrible, terrible pieces of shit. The ones who refer to women as whores constantly.
Yes.
Yeah.
And he set all this up where he was talking a bunch of shit about how he was going to rob the armory, and everyone's just been like, all right, Charles, whatever, man. I don't think you should. But okay, so Charles Ng made friends with this one loser guy that was the night watchman at the armory, and he realized basically they had kind of struck up this sort of relationship with each other, and he had only struck up that relationship in order to get access to the armory. So Charles Ng is literally trying to be friends, but the way Charles Ng is friends is truly he's like, well, what's your name? Your name is Brian? We friends, huh, Brian? Yeah, is that fun? Yeah, we friends, huh? I show you a nunchuck. Come back, my. Oh, look, you see my car here? I got a nunchuck, and I got picture of Bruce Lee. Because you know why? He's so tall. That's what I like about him. He's so tall. All right.
Yeah.
Now, what you're gonna do? What he did was, it said to him, it's like at night, you're gonna pretend to go to sleep outside of the armory, and I am going to go and steal everything from inside of it and leave, and then you have the perfect alibi, which is you were sleeping.
One of the worst alibis you can give.
Yes, and then the dude eventually just gave him up because all these grenade launchers were missing from the armory, and then finally they was just Charles took it because they sort of assumed Charles was fucking around doing something because he was just being really shifty.
Yeah, really sneaky like a ninja, and I think they followed the pitter-patter of steps back to his bunk, and they found him with all the guns cuddling.
But true ninja is not found because true ninjas won with shadow.
That is a good point. Yes.
So Ng, after he was caught, he managed to escape the custody of the chasers, which is slang for military police. he climbed out of a window and camped out in the Hawaiian jungle for a few days where he said he, quote,
developed diarrhea from being continually wet. And that's not my fault. Because I go out there and you're like, yeah, no, I go out in Hawaii. Yeah, of course, yeah. It's a beach area, right? And there's like pretty water everywhere. But I assume I go lay down next to a volcano. It's got to be dry, right? It's a volcano made out of rock, you know? But it's wet, right? And now I'm sitting around and I've got a wet bottom and I've got diarrhea out of my pants and I can't hide my guns anymore.
How did
everybody's always complaining.
Yeah, there was no toilet paper or anything. How did you clean up? Or you just...
I found a Carrera.
you used a koala bear
Yes.
to wipe your butt.
You see, a koala bear is made out of toilet paper. But have you ever seen that? Have you ever seen the ad with the two bears and he gets a poo-poo on the outside of his
The Charmin ads,
Right,
yeah.
right, yeah.
That's what they don't show you. It's that they skin a Carrera and they take the surface half fair of the Carrera and they wrap the bear bibs with it.
So toilet paper is made out of koala.
Yeah.
So after a few days of diarrhea in the jungle, Ng eventually ventured out, called up Mark Novak, told him to put him into contact with Leonard Lake. But unfortunately for Ng, Leonard was no longer residing at the hippie ranch that we talked about in our last episode. For after months of his surrounding hippies complaining about Lake's bad habits, the conflicts eventually came to a head when Leonard's shed, stockpiled with ammunition, caught fire and exploded in a hail of metal debris and bullet fragments.
Which seems to be the number one reason why you don't have a stockpile of bullets and fucking ammunition.
Oh, I
That's
love
why you
the
don't
idea.
have a stockpile.
I'm a huge fan. 4th of July came early that year.
Oh.
I mean, these are fireworks, but in their truest form.
But can you imagine that just like a hippie? It's like you got the black magic, like the cult guys, like next to Leonard Lake, and they're just hanging out, like trying to drink a goblet of grape juice and going like, it's like, I think we're going to have a plentiful fall solstice. And they'll sort of flash.
Yeah. I like the way that Lawrence Lake shook up that community.
Oh,
They
he
needed
shook
to be
'em up.
shook up a little bit.
Yeah, shook him up enough where they kicked his ass out.
like Sinbad in the movie House Guest.
That's right. Those white suburbanites needed a little bit of culture in their life.
So after being kicked out of the ranch, Leonard and Cricket landed in Philo, California, attracted by a magazine article that described Philo as the perfect place to sit out a worldwide nuclear holocaust.
Gotta get there.
Gotta get to Philo. So Leonard got a job managing a hotel, while Cricket continued her career as a teacher's aide. And shortly after relocating, the two got hitched on September 13th, 1981, with Fat Charles serving as best man, just as Leonard had done for him years before.
Now that's true friendship.
Yeah.
It is.
So Charles Ng would arrive soon after the marriage, and the three of them made fast friends and moved out to Indian Creek Ranch. And the owner of the hotel that Leonard Lake was managing was reportedly happy to be rid of the guy who seemed to only be able to talk about the nuclear holocaust and his quote-unquote ops.
God, what a pain in the asshole he must have been.
Right, and those are the worst kinds of pain. What? How did Charles Ng find him exactly? So he went to the commune and was just like, "Where is he?" And they told him where he had gone to. Leonard Lake had gone to.
Well, I think they had gotten a hold of him before they went to the ranch. I'm not exactly.
Oh,
They
okay.
started writing letters.
Well, the problem with with Leonard Lake and Charles Ng is that the timeline is extremely difficult
Yeah.
to truly lay out.
Was because it was this kind of drifter mentality. Leonard Lake had no real address. He was going between various hippie communes. He was operating under a pseudonym, like getting letters sent to him from various survivalists who were also writing under pseudonyms. The whole point is to be completely isolated and secret. He accepts Charles Ng, technically as a job, because he was supposed to be there, sort of be like his assistant, where he was like paying him to do kind of odd jobs around the house, which mostly just included holding young girls' ankles while he serviced at them. And he just kind of got involved in it. But you know how it was. It was like Charles Ng showed up with like, a pack on a stick
Right.
and just saw Leonard Lake like whittling a pair of handcuffs out in front of his trailer, just going like, "Glad you found me, stranger." And then all of a sudden they were just rollicking good buddies.
Yeah, it's a lot like Henry Lee Lucas and Otis Toole. The actual timeline is very muddy. And there's not a whole lot of witnesses to really corroborate exactly what was going on in their lives at the time. But as to why Leonard Lake and Charles Ng got along so well so fast, Ng later said, and this is an exact quote with the exact syntax that Ng used.
I look at him as a person that have senior to me. I view him as a patriot because he have fought for the country, and I view him as a person who was very knowledgeable about different things like homesteading and history and geography, and also there are things of common interest that we have in the Marine Corps, and we usually talk about. And he never complained. He never once complained about what I bring to friendship.
It does seem like true friendship. I mean, this guy loved what Lake was selling, and Lake didn't mind when he was when Ng kept on kicking pencils out of his hands.
But also, we're gonna find out that Leonard Lake also, sort of like H.H. Holmes, which is very interesting, I just made that connection, used Peitzel as sort of like his goon. Mm-hmm. He's going to use Charles Ng as his goon and eventually is going to constantly sell him down the river. Yeah. Every single time the two of them are caught in a crossfire or where they're both caught in a crime together, the two of them immediately turn on each other. Yeah. And Leonard Lake, I mean, what we're going to find when they're finally discovered down the line is that Leonard Lake just shot fucking Charles Ng, just fucking ducked out on him and left him to be arrested.
Mm-hmm. Much like how the Green Hornet treated Cato.
The Green Hornet treated Cato wonderfully.
No. Cato had a lot of secret work to do.
They were full partners.
Own Cato?
That's a good question.
He was his butler. Cato was his butler.
Exactly.
He was paid a living wage.
So my analogy holds up. Perfect.
So the trio's stay at Indian Creek Ranch would also be short-lived as Leonard once again started stockpiling weapons.
Just have one weapon.
Well, he liked weapons, of course. He's a survivalist. Survivalists and a stockpile of weapons go hand in hand. This, of course, caught the attention of the locals, who managed to either hear about or figure out that the odd little Chinese man who was puttering about the property was an escaped fugitive. The cops raided the place, found Ng and the illegal modifications Lake had made to his guns, and arrested them both. Ng was sent back to Hawaii to face a court-martial.
Which is the nicest place to have a court-martial.
The best place to have a court-martial, while Leonard would skip bail after his arrest, and his life as a fugitive would officially begin.
He would say that in his diary that he realized that, when he was waiting to be transferred between the holding cell and where he was supposed to go to be tried, he was just like, this is my time. Yeah, I'm going to make Operation Miranda happen now. He had been waiting all this time because he had realized that the one thing about a consummate shit talker is that deep inside they know they're a shit talker. I know in the end they can't really be full badass unless they do something about it, and that's what he decided to do, was make the choice and be the Leonard Lake that we would now know him as.
Yeah. Backs against the wall, no other choice.
Absolutely. Yeah. But however, unfortunately, Cricket would not want to live the fugitive life with Charles Ng. And so, even though the two would date on and off for the next few years, Leonard was once again a solitary man and in need of a new identity, literally.
Because that's what he realized as a man on the run. A part of that is you need identities to cycle through. You need to set up, leases, and you need to get, cars and shit. You need to do a bunch of legal shit. In order to do that, you need a license.
Yeah. You need a license, you need a license, a social security card, and you need to be able to cycle through them fairly quickly.
So how you do that is by shooting them in the head and grinding up their bones afterwards.
Yep, and he did that to his younger brother, Donald.
Now, remember that the last episode we talked about how all he talked about was to talk shit about killing his brother. Yeah. But he never did it until he actually did it.
Yeah, until he actually killed his own brother.
They didn't really look alike, but he knew that he could pass for him if you just kind of take the license plate and kind of, the license and kind of whap it in front of a police's face and then run away.
Sure.
Yeah. So he brought him up, shot him in the head, and while Lake and Cricket were divorced, she still allowed him to live at her family's cabin up in Wilseyville, California, not far from San Francisco. And this cabin would be where Leonard Lake finally would have the perfect place to carry out Operation Miranda.
So this was the first kill under Lake's belt, right?
As far as we know.
And
there are rumors to say, one person did say that they caught or they helped Leonard Lake take a refrigerator out to the dump and the door was welded shut before this. So there are a little rumors here and
Yeah.
there, but who knows if that's just someone looking for attention.
We've all lived in a college house before, and opposed to cleaning the refrigerator, you just weld it shut and put it on the curb.
Absolutely.
Because they can get pretty disgusting. So
Yeah.
this might have been the first person he fantasized about killing, sort of similar to Edward Gein.
But you're gonna,
And then he did kill his brother. So it's a hell of a way to, I guess it's, you go back to what you want to do in the first place, and then it's a good jumping point, I
But
suppose.
now we're going to see the pattern that Leonard Lake and Charles Ng are going to settle into, which is killing for convenience and purpose. He killed his brother to get his ID. You're going to see this again and again, where he's going to kill men in order to steal their identities and use their identities and their property, and then he kills for passion, which is a part of his sexual release. And so he's doing it all now. Now he's very similar to an H.H. Holmes.
Yeah.
Because he's an opportunity killer and a sexual killer.
Yeah, absolutely. So this house was actually the perfect location for this. It was the end of 200 yards of unpaved road, relatively secluded spot, surrounded by huge, thick Californian trees and low hills. There were other houses nearby, but they were positioned in such a way that gave Leonard all the privacy that he needed.
What kind of hold did he have over Cricket that she would let him use her house?
Well,
I don't think that any other man wanted to be with the multiple used Cricket.
Cricket was kind of hot in a gangly, kind of weird face.
Cricket was hot in like a Carla Faye Tucker kind of way.
in a way that you find extremely hot. Is what
The
you're
way
saying.
that I found
Yeah.
attractive, yes.
Well, we don't know if she wasn't slobbing knobs all over town. I would assume she wasn't exactly, held too close to the celibacy.
Well, there is a lot of speculation as far as what Cricket's involvement in all of these crimes actually were.
Well, this is where I'm going to say that's what this points to. Later on, she completely absolved herself from any sort of involvement with the crime. She got immunity for her testimony, but she was definitely an orchestrator. She had
Yeah,
helped bring women into the scenario earlier on, where they brought in more, because before they were just doing sort of torture play, where they would abuse her and then not kill her. But as they started killing the women, mostly it's because I think that she kind of validated in her head that Leonard Lake was killing these women in order to get rid of the bodies, and so you don't have any witnesses for them to talk about what they were doing alone in the room.
Yeah.
And that is one area where the men's rights movement is not entirely off base. The incarceration rates between men and women are drastically more for men than they are for women.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, they are.
Wow.
Very good.
We don't side with them.
No, absolutely not. That's just a fact.
Yes, it is a fact. But the reason why Cricket didn't go away is because all of the evidence they had against Cricket was extremely circumstantial. There was no way that they were going to actually charge her for a crime. So the reason why they gave her immunity was because they thought that she would have some information to put away Charles Ng for good. So it was actually on the part of the prosecution a good move.
And the
Of
big,
course.
the only
move
big
they could
tell
make,
about
yeah.
Cricket's involvement is that she had spank calluses, just like two calluses on her buttocks in the shape of a human hand.
A lot of talcum powder around the house, huh? Yeah, good.
So Leonard Lake's new location, at first, he did reasonably well with the new neighbors, although the first interactions were not without their speed bumps. See, Lake had bought a dog that he named Woobon.
Now, what does Woobon mean?
I Googled it and nothing came up.
Nothing.
All right.
Not a single goddamn thing came up for Woobon.
I think he just looked at it and said, Woobon! And then he's like, that's your name, Woobon!
Yeah. Woobon was a German shepherd, and one of the neighbor's dogs decided to get a little frisky with Woobon, and Lake, taking exception, shot the neighbor's dog.
That's not a good move.
Not a
That's
good
not how
move.
you get ingratiated into your secretly secluded place where you're trying to create your sex dungeon.
Absolutely not. You let the dogs hump it out.
Well, the neighbors, at first understandably upset, were eventually charmed by Lake. They invited him to a barbecue the following Saturday, and after further conversation, Lake and the couple exchanged pornographic videos. And Lake officially is comfortable at his new
What
place.
was happening back then?
This is a
This is
different
just how
time.
people. Is this the 70s, Marcus?
This is 1983.
This is the 80s. Oh my God.
But this is the thing, is that Leonard Lake, that's the only reason why they were even charmed by Leonard Lake, is because he was the type of man that was making homemade porno videos that he
Right.
would share with his neighbors at a barbecue.
Ronald Reagan's lying in a hospital bed, almost dying from gunshot wounds, and these people were in the woods exchanging porno and forgiving someone for killing their dog.
Technically, life is better that way, I guess.
so.
So it was now time for Lake to begin his search for his M-Lady, as he called her. He rented out an apartment in the infamous Pink Palace of Haight-Ashbury in San Francisco, long known to be a refuge for transients. So, here at the Pink Palaces, he used the name Alan Dre and started to make friends with some of his fellow residents. 3 of his victims would come from the Pink Palace. Vietnam vet Randy Jacobson, known for being a little too trusting.
Oh, which is normally the opposite for a Vietnam vet.
Yeah.
And well, he's just looking for somebody to be nice to him. The other one was Maurice Rock, a groovy pothead guitar player, and Cheryl Okoro, Maurice's girlfriend.
Oh.
Now, Lake lured Maurice and Okoro up to the mountains, telling them that they could have all the weed they wanted if they would just come up and help him harvest his crop.
He lured them with weed, huh?
He lured them with weed.
Wow.
And while Maurice's complete body would be found dressed in the same 3-piece corduroy suit he left San Francisco in, all that would be found of Okoro would be a section of leg bone and a neck vertebrae that they ID'd her with using DNA.
She didn't live, huh?
No.
Can't live like that.
No,
can't
it's
live
not
it.
like she's a transformer that
Oh,
comes
I
apart
see.
in pieces and then would go back together. Like, yep.
Right.
No, that's not going to work. But before her death, evidence suggests that Okoro would be what we could call the proto-M-Lady.
His practice,
His
Emily.
practice M-Lady. For at this point, the bunker wasn't... The construction on the bunker was not yet completed. But concerning Okoro, police would find a picture of her standing outside of Leonard's house wearing handcuffs.
So this has got to be the worst final thought in your head when you get up to the top of the mountain. You're like, "There's no weed," and then you're immediately hit in the back of the head with a crowbar or
Yes.
something like that.
That's exactly what it is.
It's really sad.
Very
'Cause
sad.
weed's so innocent.
At least give them the weed. At least when you're drugged and then murdered, you got the drug.
And then this poor Maury Rock is just sitting there just going like, I thought we were just going to smoke weed, man.
Yeah.
And Leonard Lake's just like, there's no weed here. Only condom wrappers. No, man. No, condoms, man. You're lame.
Where's the condoms? And then he takes out his penis. He's got 30 on there. Yeah, kind of fun. But these are like archetypes from every horror movie. You have
They
your
really
beautiful
are.
Girl, your stoner.
Yeah, girl, stoner, kind of quiet veteran that just kind of wants to be left
Yeah.
alone. They all end up dying, though. But Okoro, the closest she would come to being an M-Lady, and this is another thing that suggests very heavy Cricket involvement. Cricket would play Okoro in a pornographic video that she and Lake sent to a collector of erotica.
And these were the ones
Right.
he filmed a lot of, just like close-up pussy ones.
They were those videos, like, you know, the
Yeah.
porn videos where it's just like the genitals
Out of
and
don't like
context,
it.
Yeah,
it looks
out
like
of-
a prawn from District
It's
9.
like she'll kind of go
Yeah.
like plap, 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 plap.
Yeah, she was
plap, and kinda hit it.
masturbating. Yeah. But
Yeah.
it was, the up close genital. Anybody out there who makes pornography, just get out of there. I want to see the full picture. I want to see the whole thing.
Vaginas are beautiful. I like to see them.
Yes.
But I'd say, yeah, let's get some face in there.
I want to see her face.
There's been an uptick in the male butthole shots. I want to say that as well.
Yeah, get those out of here. No one wants
Yeah.
the behind
I mean,
that. They,
some
the
people
back
do.
of the balls.
yeah, it was the 80s was the heyday for those, but they're coming back for some
I
reason.
hate it when they do that. They shoot underneath the man's balls into the sex.
And before you think we're getting into sex talk, that is an actual exactly what the conversation was between Lake and his neighbors while they watched the sex tape. These problems have been going on since the 80s.
And by the way, Randy Jacobson, the reason why he was killed, disability checks.
Which is quite ironic for the fact that Leonard Lake grew up saying all these people that were living off
Right,
of
right.
welfare were vampires.
Yeah, exactly. And this is also a trick that Leonard would use over and over again. He would deliberately pick people who got government checks to kill, and then he would use various he wouldn't actually, he would kill one person and then sign a check from that person to one of his alter egos, to one of his stolen identities, and then cash the check that way. It was just this huge shell game.
Do you think that he put the check in his left hand and then like slowly gave it to his right hand and then shook his own
Thank
hand.
you, Mr. Myers. You're welcome, Mr. Rock. You're welcome.
And of course, at the same time that he was picking these people off in San Francisco, he also started his journal, which unsurprisingly, it's mostly whining about how women are quote unquote whores, longing about cricket, saying things like,
Why do I love her so? Wish I could turn it off.
and of course, his musings on his ladies. This is something from his journal about the collector.
Ah, the collector. Has it really been near 20 years I've carried this fantasy? Miranda, my lovely little prisoner of the future. I suppose in my way I am the same wimp as the hero, and in my way just as crazy. I have no doubt we wimps have been compensating for our inabilities since the dawn of history. Sad, really. Still, how can we die if we never live?
Nerd alert, nerd alert, nerd alert, nerd alert. Unbelievable. These guys are pathetic.
They're absolutely pathetic. Yeah, I mean, it reads like a fucking Reddit post.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah, and this is also, and Leonard, he also wrote a lot about his survivalist beliefs. This is again from his journal.
Amusing. Our, quote, land of the free, unquote, is not prepared to deal effectively with a truly free man. What can they do to one who carries cyanide pills in his pockets? Ah, tiny penis.
He doesn't think it's the land of the free because the land of the free doesn't want him to have a murder basement where he films everybody dying at his hands.
They hate it when he kills people for the quote-unquote identities.
Oh, I see.
Oh, welfare checks.
Wow, I've heard a lot of reasonings behind this is why America isn't the most free country, but this isn't one of them.
No, this is not valid. So around March of 1983, Leonard decides that it's time to shed his brother's identity, and in his mind, the most logical replacement was an identity that he already knew how to manipulate.
An identity with a lot of room to give inside of it. You know what I'm saying?
Please tell me it's Charles Ng. Tell me that he goes in brown face. Like Zelig, the great Woody Allen film.
Wonderful film. Nope. At this point, it is time to finally implement Operation Fish. The plan was to kill his best friend, Charles Gunner,
Please, Fat Charles.
Charles, and use his name and identification to stay ahead of the law. He called it Operation Fish as both a means of subterfuge and just a little joke to himself.
Which is a very interesting, because this is I love the fucking this nerd piece of shit. Gunner, well aware of how large a man he was, would often refer to himself as a beached whale, and Lake thought that if anyone stumbled upon his plans, there's no way they would make the connection between Gunner and Operation Fish, as in the words of Don Lasseter in Die For Me, whales aren't even fish, they're mammals.
God, I want to murder this man.
But it's also... Leonard Lake was also kind of fat.
He was a bit of a chubber.
So you make fun of Charles Gunner for being fat. You're fat too.
Yeah, but Gunner was super fat.
Yeah,
Gunner
the thinner
was-
fat always
yeah.
makes fun of the larger fat.
Absolutely. To get the nickname of Fat Charles, you have to be very fat.
Yeah, Gunner was 5'8", 400 pounds.
Ooh.
Yeah, people tend to associate with with individuals in a relatively like weight-wise and physical attraction-wise. And then there's always the hot one, but she can top out at 5.
Yeah,
but then she hangs out with 4s and 3s and men as well.
He was a real dwarf. What's that movie called?
Dwarf on golf?
Dwarf playing golf.
No,
yeah.
no, Duff. What was the movie with the girl that's supposed to be ugly, but she's not ugly, and they say she's ugly just because she's got brown hair or something?
She's all that.
No, the other one where it's called like Dife.
Every romantic comedy.
Yeah, that's every high school comedy. Yeah, but She's All That is the same exact plot.
Are you talking about Clueless? When they had the
No,
audacity to
not
make
Clueless.
that beautiful.
I think it's called like Clarf.
I do love the movie Clarf. It's about that talking
I'm
shoe.
a big fan of Clarf. Here's a bit of information about Charles Gunner, by the way. Described by his neighbors as, quote, an overweight, good-natured, if somewhat oafish ne'er-do-well. Gunner often beat his children, and this was a fact that Leonard would use to justify his murder. So there would be a lot of false starts to Operation Fish. This is from Leonard's journal dated April 5th, 1983.
Operation Fish failed. Charles was simply too heavy to move. Sigh.
he writes sigh at the end of a lot of journal entries. Like, actually writes out the word
like he's a
sigh.
12-year-old girl.
Yeah.
Lake failed again when Charles refused to eat poisoned snacks that Lake had made for him, and failed yet again when Lake tried to kill him with poison gas, but didn't use enough to knock him out.
He's a big guy. I love the poison snacks. I just want to see like cooking them up. This has got to work.
Absolutely. It's like a bunch of like anchovies and cheese on crackers. And he's just like, hey, you want some of our new, hey, Fat Charles. Hey, Fat Charles. Want to try some of my these snacks I made? It's for lunch.
Wouldn't you believe it? I've started my diet today. You know, I always say I'll start my diet tomorrow. I've started it today. This is my day.
You never.
Leonard, thank you so much for
diet
supporting me, because
today.
you know that I've been trying to lose weight. It's been a really big problem in my life, and I have a bad heart. Well, thank you for your support.
New snacks that I slaved in the kitchen to make. Fat Charles!
Literally any other day, I would have eaten those.
Sigh.
Leonard Lake would finally succeed on April 24th, 1983, and told Gunner's wife that her husband had left her for another woman and wouldn't be returning. Unsurprisingly, Gunner's wife wouldn't look into his disappearance for another 2 years.
God damn it.
This seems to be from H.H. Holmes to the 1980s here. Can you just do that?
Yep.
Yeah.
Albert Fish did it as well. You're just like, the kid's gone. They ran away.
I was watching this this true crime show last night called The FBI Files from the early 90s, which is retarded. It's on the new Netflix. It's on Netflix, recently added on Netflix. And that's what they say. One of the police officers was talking about a bunch of missing women. It's like, if you are an adult, you are legally allowed to disappear.
Yeah.
You can just disappear.
Yeah, and what Leonard Lake would do is when he killed somebody, he would write letters to he would find out who he needed to contact to pretty much keep these people from being reported missing. He wasn't able to do it every time, but a lot of times he was able to pick up these people who were kind of drifters. He did it with the Vietnam vet, that he would just write a letter and send it off to one of their friends and be like, hey, I came up to, Sacramento and I found a job, so I'm going to stay here. See you later.
Very similar to H.H. Holmes again.
Yeah. And so this is another weird thing that kind of points towards cricket, is that when Gunner's body was found, and this is, by the way, when Charles Ng was still in prison, police discovered that he was killed by not one gun, but two, which strongly suggests that since Ng was in prison, the only other partner that Leonard Lake had was cricket. Strongly suggests that they killed Fat Charles together.
Is it possible that Lake freaked out and he just grabbed two guns with both of his hands?
Like he's in
crazy.
Like he's in a John Woo movie?
Like he's Yosemite Sam?
Yeah, just pop, 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 pop.
It's like white doves come out from behind him.
Yeah, but like really fat pigeons.
And this entire time, Lake had been constructing, with the help of a local boy named Randy.
Nothing like a good old boy named Randy.
He was constructing the bunker that would become his version of the Collector's underground cell. Now, meanwhile, in Kansas, Charles Ng was cooling his heels in Fort Leavenworth, serving 18 months for the theft charge. Ng and Lake this entire time had been keeping up a close correspondence. Like Lake would send Ng like naked pictures of cricket. He'd send him naked pictures of other women that he had convinced to take pictures for him, and he'd also send him detailed plans of the torture bunker that he was building.
Which is very interesting. He sent that right into a prison.
Right. And then Ng would send him naked pictures of himself with his penis tied behind his legs.
Look. I make vagina for you. It's just me. It's extending friendship to friend.
You don't have to send back a picture. Every time I send you a picture, don't even bother sending back another picture.
My other thing, too, is that you feel that if Leonard didn't ever, if he skipped a letter with no pictures of cricket, nude or any other various, blacked out eyed woman nude, that he, Leonard, Charles Ng would write a letter back just being like, you feeling okay, buddy? You no send nude. Everything okay? You seem preoccupied.
Polaroids broke, so Polaroid machine broke their camera.
And Ng, quite the chatterbox about all of this. Everything that Leonard would tell him, Eng would tell to his fellow cellmates. And that wasn't the only thing that he would talk about. He would talk all the time about his plans to train and assemble a paramilitary unit to help him rob banks, to help him steal missiles from military bases so he could shoot down passenger jets. He'd talk about how he wanted to bomb bus stations, and he would, of course, talk a lot about torturing women, which his fellow inmates said he had, quote, quite the imagination for.
I still like the continuing of the no pain, no gain, no kill, no thrill. Where's the beef? Where is the beef?
That's a good question.
Got milk?
Yeah.
Yeah, you got milk? I got milk. I pour my riddler udder I got here. I make milk all day round.
Little known fact, Ing came up with the majority of slogans we use today for beef and milk products.
Time to make the donuts.
Yes, that's correct. That's
Time
right.
to make some donuts. Time
No.
for me to make your donut. And I got all sorts of icing down here in my icing pouch.
You know, he always starts off really. If we just take the first sentence, I think we can use that for the slogan.
Have it your way. And by having it your way, I mean, I do you from behind.
I think we'll have it your way. Very good, Charles. Thank you.
So after 18 months, amazingly, Eng was not sent back to Hong Kong because Charles Eng was not an American citizen. He was a Hong Kong citizen who had faked a birth certificate to get to gain entry into the Marines. So that's one of the reasons why people say that's probably why he didn't get deported, because through some sort of clerical error, his birth was still listed as, like, I think, Indiana on his records. So they just let him back out into the general population, and Eng rejoined with Leonard Lake in July of 1984.
Again, lack of detail-oriented police officers have kept these people on the streets.
Well, this isn't the police. This is corrections officers.
It was the same thing with the FBI
Technically
files.
the military.
If you ever watched the series The FBI Files on Netflix, basically with that entire show was about how the FBI like fucks up until they somehow randomly catch the criminal.
Right, for a speeding ticket or something like that. But these were actual files, paperwork that, you know, I mean, it's up to these people's eyebrows. And it's so easy to make a mistake in these situations.
Yeah, and they're not really looking. This is just some little guy that got caught stealing some weapons.
And the military let him in, so you would think that, you know, that vetting process, he would have been caught there.
Yeah, you'd think so, but unfortunately not. So the day after Charles Eng reappeared in Leonard Lake's life, Leonard's journal, which he kept up every single day for over a year, the entries suddenly stopped. The last entry he would write for 2 months would be a short little story about how he had tried to teach Charles Eng how to drive that day. Charles Eng, was not a great driver.
What do you mean?
He was a very bad driver. In San Francisco, he got into 2 car accidents. In the first week, he tried driving. He got into another car accident when he turned right in the front of a big truck a couple months later from one of the trucks that they had stolen.
But I heard he was very good at dragging a basket with 2 sticks on the side of it and had wheels on it with people sitting in it.
Right, and that's why you can't believe stereotypes. Just look at Charles Eng. He loved playing with nunchucks. He pretended to be a ninja. He kicked pencils out of people's hands with his feet.
Driver.
Terrible driver. You cannot believe stereotypes.
Super thick glasses.
Thick glasses. Loved Bruce Lee. I mean, this guy is just...
breaking barriers.
Yes.
So the first victim following Eng's release was Albert Gialetti, a 36-year-old openly gay DJ at a small San Francisco radio station. Gialetti had placed an ad in The Spectator, which is San Francisco's local underground paper, offering, quote, oral sex for straight men. Eng answered the ad, walked in, and killed Gialetti in his own apartment.
Like a real piece of shit.
Yeah.
Like a real piece of shit. And really what I think they don't, what I think this is that this is Eng's first known murder. I think this is Leonard Lake saying, like,
You got to get out there. You got to get into it.
yeah, you got to get out there. If you want to take part in this, if you truly want to be a part of what we're doing, you got to go out and kill somebody. You got to get something out of the way. So, and these people, of course, did not hold homosexuals in high opinion. So they figured easiest thing to do is find a guy in, in the want ads in the Spectator, go and kill him, and no one's going to give a fuck. And you know what? They were completely and totally right.
If I was Leonard Lake, I would not be thrilled that the guy I said, go kill somebody, and then he killed a famous DJ.
He wasn't
it's
a
a
famous.
problem.
He wasn't
but
a
the
famous
guy was on
DJ.
air on a daily basis,
He's
I would
still
assume.
a public persona.
Trust me, I've been a DJ on the radio before. They're not gonna miss him all that
so
much.
yeah, so
it's. I've been a DJ on a small radio station before. It's if you're gone, people don't really know.
Is that the other form of the less dead?
Yes, black prostitutes and DJs. Oh man.
Yeah, FM DJs, dime a dozen, man. It's totally fine. So, with his first murder out of the way, Ng was ready to join Lake in their first mass murder. See, many of Lake's letters mention the desire to step up from photography to full-on video for the M-Lady sessions, and that equipment would be stolen from Harvey Dubs, owner of Video Dubs, a small self-run business that specialized in filming weddings, christenings, bar mitzvahs, and other such events. And less than a month after Ng was released from prison, he and Lake showed up at the Dubs household under the guise of renting said equipment, but unfortunately for the Dubs family, Lake and Ng would in fact be there to murder every single one of them.
And this is legitimately a reason why I had a piece of furniture that I was going to try and sell on Craigslist. And this was, I cited this example of being like, this is why I don't let random people come into my house. And it's just the truth. It's just a straight up, if you're doing Craigslist, I will tell you this. Find a safe meeting ground, or like leave it outside. Don't let them know what apartment you're at. Because this is what happens, is that your entire family, they go in there while the Dubs family is eating dinner, they check out all the equipment, and then Leonard Lake and Charles Ng take the entire family at gunpoint to a rape bunker.
Yeah. Yeah, they herd him into the van, telling them, like, listen, we only want your money. And Ng, by the way, he said later that Leonard Lake committed all of the murders.
Of course, Ng was completely, they both threw each other under the bus as much as humanly possible.
Of course. And he said that Lake broke into the Dubs apartment, herded him out into the van after dark, and told him that he only wanted the money, strangled him, and then buried him in holes he had already dug. This was not a crime of passion. It wasn't something that it just so happened that things got out of control and they killed him. This was premeditated. Their plan was to go in, kill the family, and steal the equipment.
But they raped the wife. They took the husband, they murdered the husband immediately, they took the woman into the M-Lady holding room, and then they don't know what they did to the baby.
Well, they don't know what they did to the baby, but
They certainly didn't raise it to be president.
They didn't? No, huh?
yeah, because it was a husband, a wife, and their 16-month-old child. And Ng claimed that he didn't know what happened to the baby, but another cellmate later testified that Ng told him that Leonard forced him to kill the baby as a training exercise, like the urban legend about the Nazi SS officers having to raise a puppy and then having to kill it upon graduation.
That's why we gotta arm puppies and babies. They
That's what we
all
gotta
need
do.
guns.
I think every baby and puppy should have a collar on it with a grenade on the front
I
of it.
agree.
And that baby or dog can be trained to pull the pin on the grenade in case they're ever stolen.
That'll be in Look Who's Talking 8, the militarized baby.
Suicide watch.
That same cellmate also said that Ng went into extreme detail about exactly what had transpired that night after they had abducted the family and taken them back to the torture bunker. This is, by the way, the exact court transcripts.
And now just remember that his cellmate was named Maurice LeBerge.
Yes, Maurice LeBerge. Did you tell Maurice LeBerge that you tried the asshole death grip on Deborah Dubs?
No.
Did you tell Maurice LeBerge that the asshole death grip is to strangle a girl with her pantyhose and twist it as you are fucking her in the ass?
No.
This is real, Henry. Please.
Yes, it is real, but this speaks to just the horrible douchebaggery of Charles Ng, that he had these horrible names for these things.
Well, he's just
Right.
a piece of shit. He's just I keep saying piece of shit, but that's just what they are. He's
Yeah.
a nasty little garbage man who's just
Yeah.
like, all he is, he likes everything sneaky and stealing, and it's just horrible. I feel bad that he's Asian. I don't even want to be using the Asian voice, you know what I mean?
Oh,
It
yeah,
just-
you
this-
don't want to be using the Asian voice.
I'm just
the one time
saying.
that we've. Oh, so you're saying that you're not enjoying that we actually have a killer from Hong Kong?
It does provide certain liberties.
It does.
So this pretty much ends the second episode
Yeah.
of Leonard Lake and Charles Ng. In the third episode, we're going to get a little bit more serious. We're going to get heavier.
Yeah, it's going to be much heavier.
What we're going to learn about Leonard Lake and Charles Ng is that they are probably two of the worst criminals we'll cover in all of Last Podcast and Left. They're as bad as they get.
Yeah.
They killed entire families. They killed babies, raped women, and murdered adult men. They did all of it. They tortured and killed and beat and stole, and they were horrible people.
Yeah. And did it with glee.
Yes, and not the television show Glee.
They didn't sing the whole time, huh?
No, it was not an a cappella thing.
No.
Huh. No, they're a bunch of scumbags and schmucks, and that's why we mock them. And again, yes, like Henry said, if you have something to sell, Craigslist, just do it at a Starbucks. Yeah, all right. Thanks so much for listening, everyone. Let's see here. What do we do now? Let's do a Twitter thing.
Yeah.
So you can find Marcus Parks on Twitter at Marcus Parks, and I'm at Ben Kissel. Henry Zabrowski is at Henry Loves You, and I don't use Instagram that much, but I figured you use Instagram quite a bit, so people should find you on there.
Yes, find me on Instagram.
Yeah,
It's at Dr. Fantasty, DrFantasty.
And go and follow me on Spotify. I've got a bunch of playlists over there that you can check out. You know, and I'm working on some cool projects over there. So yeah, go follow me. Go follow me on there, and we can trade some music.
Seriously, please follow him. It really gives his life purpose.
It does.
And
It
I know-
really does.
Yeah, but if no one follows, then
Oh no, I've got a few.
all right.
I got a couple people follow me out there, and I very much appreciate each and every one of you.
I love it.
I will tell you a little bit, really quick Christmas story. So, one thing I'll say about Christmas is one thing I like about it is that every Christmas tree sales booth, the salesmen at the Christmas tree booths are always fucking hammered. No matter where you are, they're always drunk.
Oh, Jesus.
Yes.
The two of them next to Jackie's house. Jackie has got the
Jackie
Christmas
is
tree,
your sister.
My sister. They have a Christmas tree selling thing right next to her place. They got so drunk they accidentally set fire to a whole section of the trees. I was coming on the block, literally live fire happening with a fireman putting out with a fire hose, literally just saying, "Christmas is over. Christmas is over."
Well, that's a hell of a day for the firemen.
Oh God, years with those fucking drunk assholes. One of them sleeps in the porta potty sometimes.
Yeah, yeah.
It's fucking disgusting.
I love those guys. They're doing great. They're doing God's work,
They're
selling Christmas
technically
trees to a bunch of Satanists.
The real version of elves.
Yeah, they are. They are.
Vagrants.
Elves have trailers.
And if you guys want your Last Podcast on the Left t-shirt, go to cavecomedyradio.com/merch. If you order by December 20th, then you have a very good chance of getting your t-shirt in
yeah.
by Christmas. The last shipment we're sending out is going to be on December 21st, so be sure to get them before then, especially if you're getting a medium, because we're running a little low on medium. So be sure to get in there and get those things ordered.
And that's good to hear. People are getting smaller.
Isn't that nice?
It doesn't make any sense. Last time we ran out of larges first, so I ordered more of them. Now we're running out of mediums first. It doesn't make any sense.
Well, if
ordering
I-
t-shirts is hard.
If I know anything about the larger person, we like to get to things first, including buffets and t-shirts. So that's what we do.
Well, hail Satan, everyone.
Hail yourselves.
And Hyogene, and also thank you to Megan Fierro-Root and Sammy Coughlin for their research help. And also thank you to Jose for taking care of all of our t-shirts.
And if you see a priest this Christmas season, pull his pants down.
Well,
Make him feel like a little boy.
That's right.
Don't they wear frocks?
I don't know. Fucking beat him up.
For more shows like the one you just listened to, go to cavecomedyradio.com.
There's no place to escape to.
This is the last podcast.
On the left. That's when the cannibalism started.
What was that?
It's not a swimmer's body. Nothing about it.
I'm the equivalent of if you threw a golden retriever into an Olympic pool.
Oh, I like it. Are we going to go?
We're good to go.
Oh, this is the episode? All right, this is the last podcast on the left. I am Ben Kissel. That's Marcus Parks.
Hello.
Little chupacabra. Okay. And Henry.
Hi.
Hello.
I ever do that
Rover
thing.
in the water.
I go in the pool, and one of my favorite things to do is that I watch all my hairs float up. You ever do that and run it through? I'm so thick.
Yeah.
My hair's so thick, like all over me. It's so like, it used to grow in swirls, and now it's in like, it looks like dog's hair. Like I'm covered very
Take
with
that,
similar
gravity.
dog
I'm
hair.
in the water now. All right, we got part 2 of Pee Wee Gaskins. It just gets, this episode is going to be disgusting. Full disclosure here, I don't agree with this guy. It's going to be disgusting.
Thank you, Kissel.
No problem.
I'm glad that you said that up top. Just to help your career, help our careers.
Yes.
So I have been currently reading the original stories of Conan the Barbarian by Robert E. Howard. And if you haven't, you fucking should, because it is a little homoerotic. But besides that, the wet glistening man, it's actually kind of nice.
Did you say it was Kono-erotic?
It's a little erotic.
Oh, okay.
But it's kind of fun because it's just big, wet, thick men fighting each other, cleaving skulls. A lot of people go like, by the sword of Agrathia. Really fun shit.
Cool.
But there's a segment here that reminded me of Pee-wee. Conan, in one moment, reminded me of Pee-wee.
All right.
Conan stared in wonder at the cold, classic beauty of that countenance. He's looking at a giant snake.
Yeah, I'm looking at the cover of that book,
good.
by the way. It is very erotic, by the way.
No. It is brave. They're heroic.
Oh, okay. All right.
Conan stared in wonder at the cold, classic beauty of that countenance, whose like he had never seen among the sons of men. Neither weakness nor mercy, nor cruelty nor kindness or any other human emotion was in those features. They might have been the marble mask of a god, carved by a master hand, except for the unmistakable life in them. Life cold and strange, such as the Cimmerian had never known and could not understand. He thought fleetingly of the marble perfection of the body which the screen concealed. It must be perfect, he thought, since the face was so inhumanly beautiful. But he could see only the godlike face, the finely molded head which swayed curiously from side to side. The full lips opened and spoke a single word, in a rich, vibrant tone that was like the golden chimes that ring in the jungle-lost temples of Kitai. It was an unknown tongue, forgotten before the kingdoms of man arose, but Conan knew what it meant. Come.
You're an adult reading that, huh? You're a grown man, and this reminded you of Pee Wee Gaskins. How exactly?
Looking at the snake, and then he's just like, oh, I am the snake. And it went back and forth. But Conan fucking cuts heads off. They're spraying blood. He cuts guys' fucking guts open. It's
Right.
all sorts of weird shit. There's snake women. He's always grabbing on breasts, so you know he's straight. And he's running around like going at it. It's great.
No date Henry Zabrowski. Look at that.
I don't
right
need him.
back. Look at you.
I went on a date last night.
Oh, okay.
Natalie and I went to go see The Shape of Water, and I tell you what, there's 100% more active fish fucking in that movie than was advertised.
All right, there it is. The Shape of Water. It's a little hint. It's whatever you put it in. I know. It's stunning. It's stunning. All right, let's get back to Pee Wee Gaskins Part 2. And again, this episode's brutal.
We're gonna get into some bad shit here. So after going down for transporting a stolen car across state lines and being complicit in the jailbreak of the contortionist husband, on top of the successful garbage can escape, Pee Wee Gaskins arrived in the federal prison in Atlanta.
Now, I'm going to say this time, and I don't normally say this, but I deserve this prison sentence. And that's the final truth. I know where the final truth lies, and it lies with me being in jail.
Oh, man.
So things ran a little smoother in federal prison, though, and they were a little less chaotic, unlike the Power Man hellhole Pee Wee was used to over in state prison.
Yes.
Now, this was in part because these federal prisons housed both small-time crooks like Pee Wee and nationally known criminals like New York City mafia boss Frank Costello, a.k.a. the Prime Minister.
Wow.
They know me. They talk to me and they call me the Prime Minister because I was elected, not because I had some dumb shit, inbred, Where you getting sick of the queen? She comes near me, I slap her titties. I kill a dog.
What was one of your policy positions there to win this election? Because I remember hearing about that.
Cannolis, and you gotta make sure you bring this nice rugulas. Oh, it's so nice. It's got the nuts on the outside. It's got the fruit. The fruit swirl in the middle, and you're just like, right on.
I get why you won. That's a hell of a platform. Cannolis.
In the mid-1950s, Costello got picked up for a tax evasion charge, as these guys are wont to do. Now, I did a little cross-referencing, and it does look like Frank Costello and Pee Wee Gaskins were in Atlanta Federal at the same time. Because, of course, the only source we have on this is Final Truth.
There it is.
But we don't know if Pee Wee's side of the story is actually true, because Pee Wee goes into it just a little bit.
All right.
Pee Wee said that his reputation from the state prison and his brilliant garbage can escape had somehow made its way to Atlanta Federal.
You mean to tell me, say this to me again. So what did he do?
Yes.
He dressed up like a piece of trash, like he crumbled himself up like he's a transformer.
He went into the garbage can and was able to escape that way.
Say it again to me. I'm so I'm so impressed.
Yeah.
Oh, that's incredible.
Yeah.
What? Bring him to me.
So a few weeks after
Pulling banana peels off his head. It's like a Snickers wrapper.
No, a few weeks after Pee Wee arrived, he said Costello summoned him through a few mob lieutenants that had somehow made their way to Atlanta Federal as well. And when the two met, Costello shook Pee Wee's hand and said,
So, you're the little hatchet man. Huh?
A little phlegm there.
Oh, give me
apparently, according to Pee Wee, his reputation was so impressive that Costello had even heard about him trying to kill a girl with a hatchet and failing when he was a kid. Oh. And so, from that day on, Little Hatchet Man is what Pee Wee was called.
Little Hatchet Man, what I like about you so much, me and all the boys, me and Skinny Pete and Fat Greg, and what's funny is because they give him the nickname, and that's the opposite.
Oh, I was going to say, he's very fat. Yeah.
He's so fat, but you, which is what I like, is that your nickname's so appropriate. Oh, Little Hatchet Man, I just want to put you up in my little pocket there. Oh, you're just like a little tic-tac-toe. I just like, I want to suck on you like, you're like a little mouth, cough depressor.
Yeah, a little Pee Wee Polly in your pocket.
Pee Wee said from then on, his real education began.
What was the other one?
He had none. He had none. He dropped out of school.
This
He
is
was
the real
11.
education. Well, what was your previous education? This is the only education.
He said in Final Truth, quote,
They were my professors. Whenever I followed their advice, I always came out okay. It was the times that I didn't do what they advised that I found myself in deep shit. And that's the final truth. It's gotta be.
Sounds like the unwanted son of the Simpsons character, the rich Texan.
See, Pee Wee thought that these guys were about the most brilliant people on earth.
Of course he does. Wow.
And since he heard somewhere that Italian mobsters were referred to as wise guys, Pee Wee referred to these criminals as the Three Wise Men.
I think it's important to remember, because guys is more casual. I like going up and saying they're the wise men, because that's what they are, big, brawny men, thick.
Right.
When I can say, you know what's so wonderful about the Italian race, is that they got, they're Italian, by the size of the rings on their smallest finger. And I'm thinking that's smart, and that's final truth.
Right. Pee Wee, I got to ask you, the Three Wise Men, it's a biblical term there. They went to the barn, met Jesus and all that stuff.
You mean to say I'm copywriting? But I'll tell you what, I wrote this thing. Picasso said, good artists borrow, great artists steal. So it's kind of funny, right? That's kind of good, right?
Yeah, I would say that's almost a final truth.
You could say that. You could actually say that.
Now, throughout Final Truth, Pee Wee again and again refers to these guys when he talks about disposing of bodies, calling the things he learned from them the wise men's rules.
Oh.
Now, it could be that he was making all this shit up. But on the other hand, I can kind of see a bunch of New York mobsters taking this little psychopath under their wing for amusement in prison. Kind of like a little mascot.
Absolutely. And, you say what you want about the mob. They know how to dispose of a body. They are on top of that game. What was the fellow that we covered there in Canada? The one
Picton.
Picton. I think Picton and the mob. Who can dispose of a body better? They never found that one fella.
Jimmy Hoffa.
Jimmy
Hoffa was told to me by a wise guy in my neighborhood when I was growing up in Queens that he was chopped up and fed to dogs.
Is that right?
Yeah, and I was 10 when he told me this. This is a thing I will always remember.
Yeah.
They're really great. And can you also imagine they got Pee Wee Gaskins there. They're like, the best part, what I love about Pee Wee is that, because say what you will about his attitude, it's shitty. Say about every single thing that he says, it's mean. He's kind of a mean little bastard. And I do parts of him make me upset. But what I do like is that every time he knows his right, he gets hard like a little turkey timer. He's just we all love it, don't you? Hey, Pee Wee, hey, what color is this pen? It's red. That's final. What?
Look at that. His own
It's
truth.
incredible. It's a wonderful gift to parties.
That is a good gift. It would be nice if we had that. You never tell a lie. Why would you?
Well, according to Pee Wee, the whole thing was very serious and very respectful. She said there was a mutual respect there that you cannot replicate.
Well, the classiest conversations happen in glorified bathrooms that have cots in them.
Yes.
Well, Pee Wee said that 2 months after Costello and his men were released from prison, Pee Wee got a package in the mail. Inside was an English to Italian, Italian to English dictionary, $300, and an address in New York City on Elizabeth Street, a.k.a. Little Italy.
This did not happen. I do not believe that
he
this
didn't get a
happened.
book covered in hair so he could
I
learn
do
Italian.
not believe that he got a care package from the mafia to come show up.
I don't know.
From Frank Costello, one of the most powerful mobsters of the 20th century.
The worst part about sending a edible arrangement from the mafia is that the mozzarella always slides down the sticks. It never stays. Oh, it's so hard to send antipasto in the mail.
It is.
Well, Pee Wee never made it up here to New York City, but about the offer, he said,
Now, I can't help wondering how different my life might have turned out if I took them up their offer and gone to New York and worked for them. But I didn't.
Really, you don't?
I'm kind of comfortable doing what I'm doing. That's not true.
What do you think your life would have been like if you would have joined the mob? You think it would have been better, or?
Well, I know is that everybody goes to New York City, they got to put on fancy lady shoes, and they got to walk around seducing millionaires pretending to be their foreign wives in order to hide their affairs at fancy parties. And I ain't that kind of sort, unless it's my buddy Jimmy or any of the other trouble trio that we used to watch fuck each other back in the day. And there was nothing gay about that.
Well, there
that
was.
was boys being boys.
There's a little something gay about it.
I
But it's
don't want to
fun.
go to New York. I don't want to go.
Okay, well, you don't gotta go.
So after the mobsters left, Pee Wee's time in prison, he says, passed uneventfully until he was released in 1961.
Okay.
And upon release, he rented a trailer from his uncle Dewey Parrott and lived with his cousin Marvin Parrott.
Oh, man.
Oh, it's so adorable if they weren't horrible murderers.
Well, it's just a lot of people going, well, oh, yeah,
Whoop.
yeah.
He's the
Ooh.
linguist in the family. He goes, whoop, yeah. He can do
Yeah.
both. Get you a guy who can do both. Yeah, whoop, whoop.
Well, Pee Wee, to appear respectable as he was out on parole, he got a job with a traveling preacher named Reverend George E. Todd.
Okay.
He drove the preacher around and, he used his carny skills to set up revivals and such.
All right.
Well, the entire time, Pee Wee, instead of just hanging around with the preacher, he was either sneaking off to rob houses while everyone in these small towns were attending, or he was scouting out places to come back to later for a little burgling.
These poor people getting robbed when they're at church from the preacher, and then they get home and they've been robbed by Pee Wee. That's a double robbery.
Was Pee Wee Gaskins, how old is he at this point?
He is about 28, I think, maybe 20, a little less than that.
And he's walking around with the Reverend. He's got robes on and shit. He obviously looks like an altar boy. He's dressed as an altar boy.
Yeah.
He's a childlike size.
He's not dressed as an altar boy.
Yeah, that's how
genetically
I
he is.
would. If I was Pee Wee Gaskins, I'd dress in a little robe.
So in 1962, Pee Wee married his third wife, Jerry Dolores. But he did not have quite the same passion for Pee Wee said,
She was fine.
What was that?
She was fine.
Just
You know,
fine.
I mean, she was fine. That's a final truth, but yeah, she was fine. I mean, that's really all I can say about that.
She's fine.
I was
Okay.
mostly like, at that time, I was more career focused, you see. And so when I got her around there, just more like, it was just nice to have a cover.
Yeah.
It's nice to keep losing my pussy cherry.
Yeah, you were mostly just robbing houses, right?
Yeah, I was career, man. I was
I
focused. I was
see.
on the track. And that's the final
no,
truth.
good to know.
Yeah. So after about a year of petty theft, Pee Wee committed another unforgivable crime that would send him right back to prison.
Uh-oh.
One day while Pee Wee was visiting his mother, he stayed at home while she and his wife went shopping. After they left, Pee Wee decided, almost on a lark, to go visit the 12-year-old girl next door who he knew was at home alone. Pee Wee raped her in her own bedroom and was caught and arrested the same day after his stepfather rightly turned him in as fast as he could. But as Pee Wee was awaiting processing, he jumped out of an open window 30 feet up and ran away.
What is he? Is he a Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle? How does
it's
he
like at
just
some
jump
point-
out of windows?
At some point, isn't someone like, hey, Sergeant, do you think we should shut the fucking windows? You don't want to count this as a jail? And people might not want to go to prison?
And this is a man that is known for escaping from prison over and over and over again. He said since he was so little, he was able to land on a bush and just be totally fine.
What is he,
Good
Garfield?
Lord. It
This
is the-
sounds like he's a cartoon cat. This is so
Horrible.
ridiculous. What was it? Isn't there an X-Men that's really small and he bounces around?
Nightcrawler.
Is he Nightcrawler?
Pee Wee is not like that. Don't defame Nightcrawler.
Nightcrawler. He was,
He's
but
a
Night-
very religious person.
he's also a carny and
Well-
German.
All right, we'll leave
well, that's the
Nightcrawler
difference.
alone. Of course, he has to disappear sometimes. He's a German.
Well, Pee Wee then headed over the South Carolina border in a stolen 1962 Ford Galaxy, coincidentally the same model of car that David Berkowitz drove.
Who just actually went to the hospital
Yes,
for
he did.
heart disease.
Saw
He
that.
is sitting in the ICU right now, and we're about to lose another one. Ah, man.
Yeah, remember
the
last
in
year-
memoriam at the serial killer Oscars is going to be very long. this year.
Very long. Last year when we were losing all the celebrities people loved, and
Yeah,
this
we're
year,
losing-
and I wasn't really that sad. And then this year we're losing all the ones that I can't publicly mourn. You know, like I really like if Berkowitz does die, we'll be like, Jesus must have needed a son,
Yeah.
a son of Sam.
God.
Well, out over the South Carolina border, Pee Wee hid out on the Lumbee Reservation and met his fourth wife, Lenny Oxendine.
I'm going to say this again. Remember. When you're 5'4", you have to be extra, extra charming. He has been banging his way everywhere. I mean, besides this, like, I guess it's like of course he did horrible crimes. But it's weird how that horrible little man can turn on the charm just long enough to get a wife.
Right.
4 times.
It seems
Actually,
like
6 times.
6 times. It seems like you're kind of talking about yourself there as well, being 5'4" and having to be charming.
Do you have any idea the kind of Muggsy Bogues like obstacles people my size have to go through? There's a sizes campaign out there.
Against tall people. It's against tall people.
You're in Hollywood. You're in the land of the short man.
Everyone is short. Hey, man, you don't fit in the frame. We're just going to cut you out. How does that sound? Or we'll treat you like they did in Naked Gun and not even show your face and just have bananas drop from your mouth, theoretically assuming that you just eat raw bananas and you can't actually consume them.
remember when we were filming the characters and your section of the characters, and I
you cut
remember
me
having
out.
it was a mistake. That just was literally for time. It's got nothing to do with you. But I remember talking with the DP about shooting you, and he's like, the problem is that I just got to keep swooping up so I can get the rest of it. And I was being like, just try to make the movement casual so Kissel doesn't see it. And you're just like walking to the side like, I'm ready to perform, like all excited, knowing that the man had to like do a parabola movement to catch you in the frame.
Well, do some yoga before you film me and get your body in shape, for crying out loud.
Well, that marriage lasted 3 whole months before
Wow.
Pee Wee gave his wife the old "I'm gonna go to the store and be right back" routine. But he had his reasons. Quote,
It weren't that I'd stopped loving her. It was that the weightiness and bothersomeness stirring around inside of me. It seemed to be coming more often the older I got. And I didn't know how to deal with it no other way except to just leave wherever I was and go someplace different. I got so edgy and mad at the world, I just had to get away.
Pee-wee, have you heard of this bar Cheers? It's actually a place where everyone knows your name. I think you might like it. It's in Boston.
I gotta say, Cheers has got some of the most beautiful women I've ever seen in a bar. You got that beautiful girl all built just right. I believe her name is Norm. And then you go, ooh, I just gotta sidle up to the, wait a second, I didn't smell the cologne.
Well, that excerpt was the first time in Final Truth that Pee-wee mentioned the quote-unquote bothersomeness. That's how he described his urge to kill, the thing that drove him to kill, by his reckoning, over 100 people.
Jesus.
But the thing was, if you look at Pee-wee's confirmed victims, he was by no means your typical serial killer. His victims ran the gamut of age, race, and sex, unlike most serial killers who fall within the same three categories for all of their victims.
Right.
Well, he did a lot of things out of business and out of convenience and out of pure rage. He was just a full-time criminal, it seemed like. He's very closer, very similar again. He's tiny Carl Panzram. Where Carl Panzram obviously had a built-in rage, this bothersomeness. He had the same shit, but a part of it was also whatever had to be done at the time, according to them.
Yeah.
Little Charles Manson-y, too, he seems like, doesn't he?
Well, actually, some people do call him the redneck Charles Manson. that is one of...
Why do I got to be the redneck Charles Manson? Why isn't Charles Manson the redneck and I'm the socialite?
Yeah, on his Wikipedia page, that's one. That's one of his nicknames. But like, I thought about it. Like, the only thing that him and Charles Manson really share, well, it was the whole reform school thing.
Yep.
What happened to him in reform school,
Constantly
and the
in and
fact
out
that
of
they're
jail.
both tiny.
Yeah.
And constantly in and out of jail, and you do get the feeling like they can dance. Like if the right song hits the jukebox at the right time, they will dance.
Charles Manson's the type of person who just makes a lot of room on the dance floor with that. Like he's that kind of weird dancer where every once in a while there's a girl who's like, interesting. And then, but Pee-wee Gaskins is one of those where he stomps on a board. Like, was it the Wonderful Whites of, you know that documentary about the board dancing?
The world of is it the world of the wonderful whites?
Something like that.
Wild folks.
No,
Crystal methamphetamine.
No, Pee-wee actually, he didn't drink at all. He was one of those, he was a bit of a teetotaler. Well, not
he
a
did have
teetotaler.
that kerosene back in the day.
Well, he said that he'd have one or two beers every once in a while, but he loved hanging out in honky tonks, is what he would say.
Sober. Arrested.
And you know he had a very big hat. Because as a man my size, you remember the hat, my taco shell hat I bought for a Texas Pete, Henry Zabrowski?
Yeah.
That's right.
Well, the thing about Pee-wee is that it's very possible that he was more of a mass murderer than a serial killer, like a murderer of convenience. However, he does have a fairly keen understanding of what it is that actually drives a serial killer. See, when Pee-wee gave the interviews that led to Final Truth in 1989 and 1990, the behavioral science unit from the FBI and serial killers in general were not a part of the collective pop culture consciousness as they are today. Shows like us definitely did not exist.
This show didn't exist.
Well, shows like us,
Yeah.
like that, like talk about like serial killers and their motivations and what goes into the mind of a serial killer. Like,
Well,
shit
you
like
had to go
this.
looking for that shit.
Yeah.
You had to go
Well, you
looking
had to go
for
looking
it.
hard.
It was
for
reserved for very special Donahue episodes, basically. That's where, because they did break some serial killer news.
Yeah,
back
they
in the
did break
day.
some serial killer news, but like the whole, like the study of the psychosis was pretty much academic, and I really don't see Pee-wee Gaskins as being a voracious consumer of academic studies.
Well, I definitely read a Calvin and Hobbes strip one time, and I had a couple of words in there I didn't understand, and that's the final truth. It is my ignorance that is my barrier, and the ignorance that is my fault.
You know, Kelvin made up Hobbes.
What?
Yeah, that was all fake.
Weird.
Yeah.
Well, that's the weird thing about Pee-wee Gaskins. Even though he didn't read any of this shit, here's what he said about his motivations in Final Truth.
Getting the guts and balls to kill someone just to pleasure yourself is the onlyest difficult part. Once you've done the first and come to know that real special feeling, you can't hardly wait till another better idea comes and leads and pulls and pushes you into what takes you up into another place and even higher than you ever been before. Does that make sense? Am I making sense?
I mean, it sounds like a great pep talk on Silicon Valley, but it's unfortunate that your main focus is murder.
Isn't it? Because I feel like I could be a real Chip Gaines. Because Chip Gaines is all about positivity and saying fear is a loser. Fear is a loser is what he says. And that's the final truth. I'm going to leave the final truth to Chip Gaines.
Yes, Busey is my inspirational figure, but...
False appearance appearing real.
There it is. Fear. Love Gary Busey.
Well, what Pee-wee was talking about in that passage was the concept of escalation. And that's what we know about serial killers. They escalate throughout their career. But the thing is about most of Pee-wee's known murders, there's very little escalation there. And as we're going to see later on, there's no signature, there's no consistent MO, and more than half of his kills are more crimes of convenience than serial killing.
And that's also very similar to a far less elaborate H.H. Holmes, where it's about the constant seeking of the thrill. Where with Jeffrey Dahmer, with the idea of the true perverted ones, the ones that are truly caught in a realm of dark, dark fantasy, with Jeffrey Dahmer alone in his apartment, Ed Gein crafting these full fantastic worlds, he is looking for an outside thrill. He's looking for an outside gamble. Where H.H. Holmes was doing it with the murder hotel and all of the different insurance scams, he's doing it by bouncing back and forth, creating families, and also committing crimes on the way and doing his car stripping job at the same time.
You know, H.H. Holmes really should have just called it the Murder Hotel. Just give him a heads up. And then if you do get a room there, it's kind of on you.
Yeah.
You know it's the Murder Hotel.
Well, speaking of serial killings, let's get into what Pee-wee called the coastal kills.
Ooh.
So after Pee-wee was eventually reapprehended after his fourth wife turned his sorry ass in after finding out all the horrible shit he'd done.
Nice.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, Lenny was not taking that shit. So Pee-wee ended up back in the same state prison that he'd been in before. Not the federal prison with all the mobsters, the state prison with the power men. But to Pee-wee's dismay, there was no longer any such thing as power men. At least they weren't called power men anymore.
They never
were.
You know,
Power men.
he's showing his age here. What do you mean there's no power men? I remember back when how sad that is.
It's like going to McDonald's and asking for a Whopper.
Yep, it ain't right.
Well, these men who used to be called power men, they were still there. They just weren't called power men anymore.
Why did they change the pronoun? What happened?
I don't know.
It's power person now? What's going on?
I don't know.
Well, the designation of power man was supplanted by, conveniently for Pee-wee, nicknames.
Oh.
Yeah, if you had a nickname, you had a reputation.
There it is.
See? Hong Kong. You know what I mean? Like, I'd go in there as Hong Kong Henry Zebrowski. It would probably be a difficult transitional period for me.
Yeah.
I'd be like, hey there, guys. Got myself a bit of a nickname. Aren't you afraid?
Just kidding.
Oh.
Well, if you had a nickname, you had a reputation. And since Pee-wee was Pee-wee, he says this stretch in prison was fairly uneventful because he was, in fact, a nickname with an in-prison reputation. Because this is the same prison that he'd already killed Hazel Brazel in.
Hazel Brazel, that's
Yeah.
right.
And
No nickname needed.
Yeah, and there were people in that state prison that remembered Pee-wee from last time.
Of course.
So his reputation was intact. It hadn't been that long since he was gone.
No.
In fact, this stretch was so uneventful that the warden wrote a letter of recommendation to the parole board that Pee-wee be set free early.
That's smart. That's
We
what
gotta
want.
all say, we here at the jail really just want to thank Pee-wee for his contribution to the holiday season. He made a perfect elf on the shelf.
Yep, great.
And so in 1968, at the age of 35, Pee-wee was back on the streets of South Carolina.
Of course he is.
And during the day, he worked as a roofer, but at night, he stripped stolen cars, as he'd done fairly consistently throughout his life since he'd been taught how to do it by the people who ran the girly show at the carnival.
Right.
But he said the bothersomeness started growing stronger. He said, quote,
First, that special heaviness commenced to roll around in my gut, then up my spine, into my head and down again. I hurt from my balls to behind my eyes. It was a truly terrible kind of pain, and that felt like it wanted to tear me open so it could get out.
Janice, I got to tell you, I had the strangest conversation with our roofer this morning. He really went in. Anyway, we shouldn't hire him anymore.
He does sound like Quado inside of the man.
Just open up your chest a little bit. Let me talk. Imagine how many times he wanted to talk. He's like, undo your shirt. I want to come out now.
Undo the shirt. Let me do it. Let me shout him. Let me get him.
I've been working it all fucking night.
And so the coastal kills, as Pee Wee called them, began. But before we get to the coastal kills, it must be said that not a single one of these coastal kills have even come close to being confirmed.
And that's what we want. We don't want these to be real.
We do not want these to be real at all. What we're about to talk about here is not fact, despite how many writers around the internet and in print like to present as such. These are definitely not fact. And I've noticed a lot of writers presenting the bullshit that Pee Wee spouts in Final Truth as
truth.
Absolute truth, and it's not. It's not confirmed whatsoever.
Are you, so you're implying that there's misinformation on the internet?
There may be a little bit. Also,
right?
just the fact that Pee Wee says the term "the final truth," it's a great branding.
Right.
It's a great for a television show. If Pee Wee had a show on the Willy Wonka television screen, like was in a movie.
I think that's the world we're living in now, actually.
Yeah, all this shit. This is only what Pee Wee says he did, and these stories should not be repeated as Bible truth.
I don't even like you using the term Bible truth because we know that the Bible is not filled with truth either. It's got funny little sayings.
Yes, it does.
It's just an expression, Henry.
Thank you for saying that, for clarifying.
The final truth.
See, all Pee Wee wanted, as we said in the last episode, was to go down in history as the meanest, baddest, sickest psychopath in American history, and that's exactly why he allowed Final Truth to be written, and exactly why he only allowed it to be published after he was dead. If there was no chance for follow-up questions, then there was no chance anyone was going to catch him in a lie. And as far as the detail that goes into these stories, you got to remember, this guy had 8 years in prison to think this shit up.
And he's not the fastest thinker in the world.
No.
Like, he really took a long time and going, yeah, in the vagina. But think about how long it took George R.R. Martin to write these damn dragon fucking filth books. Think of how long it's going to take him to write this whole... Yeah.
Game of Thrones, yeah. I don't, I watched a little bit of that.
You don't care for it? You're not a fantasy. You hate fantasy.
You don't like fantasy.
You like Lord of the Rings, though.
I like Lord of the Rings. It's the ring that, you save us all, or whatever the hell it is. But it is something important, though.
That's a really good
pay
idea.
very close attention.
I like the Ents, and I like the ones that everyone doesn't like.
You just like tall things.
You just like tall things. You like the tree
The Ents
people.
are peaceful.
You're going to be the
orcs.
strangest when you're a new father at 55 and you have whatever child comes out, like you're 55-year-old. Yeah, it's got the ring in it, and it's supposed to put it on. And either way, I'm going to need you to raise yourself.
Yeah, basically. No, but Samwise is a good character. He does do a lot. He does a lot of the heavy lifting in that. Not a lot of credit.
Literally does all the heavy lifting because of the ending of the films.
Well, Frodo's quite light, but a little dramatic there.
Now, it is possible that Pee Wee could have committed at least a couple of these murders, but it's highly unlikely, if not impossible, for him to have committed as many as he did in the frame of time he puts forth. So Pee Wee said that when the bothersomeness started getting the better of him, he'd leave the house to prevent him from taking it out on whichever one of his families he happened to be hanging around with at that time.
And he put time in with his families.
Yeah, he did.
It's the strange thing about this guy.
It's really weird. Now, Pee Wee started by just driving by himself up and down the Carolina coast on U.S. Highway 17 from Wilmington, North Carolina to Charleston, South Carolina. But then he started picking up hitchhikers, which, as we know, were plentiful in 1968.
What is it with Charlotte's? Is it Charlottesville? Charleston? Charleston.
Yeah.
Seems like a lot of
Bad things happen there.
douchebags.
Yeah, a lot of bad things happen there.
It seems so strange to me.
Yeah, I don't know, man. Now, at first, Pee Wee just started giving the hitchhikers rides, just like Ed Kemper did, giving himself those little allowances one at a time. Then he started offering money for sex, and if the girls said no, he'd drop them off wherever they were, no matter what, and drive off. And when enough women started saying no, Pee-wee started getting pissed. And that's when he says the violent fantasies began, as they always do with sexual serial killers. He said he would masturbate while he thought about hanging all the girls who said no upside down by their feet and whipping them, just like what had been done to him when he was a kid, although Pee-wee doesn't make that connection himself.
Yeah, that's so weird that he doesn't even think that you wrote that imagery from your past into what may be your fake sex fantasy life.
But really what stopped Pee-wee every time from doing that was the threat of prison if the women went to the police afterwards. But one day, a realization hit him, what he actually called his quote-unquote miracle.
Okay.
Pee-wee said he took off to Myrtle Beach one Sunday in 1969, quote,
When the pain was like plum bum in my bowels, and the weight was so heavy, I couldn't hardly breathe.
Well, nurse, it looks like he's got pain like a plum bum. There's no denying that. We better give him some Oxycontin.
Do I have Christmas cancer?
You might have it.
No,
What is plum bum?
It's lead. It's lead. That's why the element, what do you call it? Like the element letters for lead is PB.
Oh, plum bum.
Yeah, because it used to be called plum bum.
That's the dumbest name of all time.
So they somehow had access to an atomic chart. Atomic molecule chart. And then they figured out it was iron, but still called it by the dumbest name.
Plum bum. Sounds like a
Not iron, lead.
Red. I just don't understand.
lead.
Pee-wee said on that day, he picked up a girl, gave her the same proposition of money for sex, and once again, the answer came back as no. So Pee-wee said, fine, but I got to turn down this dirt road first to drop you off. Pee-wee said he pulled over, stared at her, and had his moment of realization. He said, quote,
What I had to do was kill her. I remember smiling to myself and wondering why I had never thought of that before.
So when she reached down to get her duffel bag, Pee-wee said he punched her in the side of the head 3 times. And when she was out, he took off his belt and tied her hands behind her back. And here is where we have our first gold star for this series. Just so you know, this is going to get pretty fucked up from here on out. And again, we have no idea if any of this is true, but nonetheless, this is a peek into the mind of a serial killer, into the mind of a killer's fantasy life.
This is what he wanted you to know about his secret crimes. And this is a part of whether or not it's true. He definitely wanted to give the juiciest story of all time. So a part of it's like, we're going to look at his concept of himself and the idea of what he thought he was capable of. Because that's really what it comes down to, is that even if it's not real, like what we've talked about many times, if 1% is true, then he did many fucked up things. So part of it is so this is just a part of where he thought he could go.
Yeah.
All right. Well, I'm going to say it's not real. That's what I'm going to tell myself in my brain.
Very good distancing.
Yeah, very good. Very
problem.
good. That's what I've been having to do to get myself to sleep at night
brutal.
over the last week and a half. He said he got her outside the truck and on the ground. And when she woke up, he said he sliced one of her nipples off, put it between his front teeth, and smiled at her. And when she screamed, he said he shoved it in her mouth and made her eat it. He said he then put her back in the truck and drove down to a marsh, brought her back out, bent her over, and shoved an 11-inch blade into her vagina and sliced up.
Ugh.
But still, she survived. He said he then chained her to a pine limb with a heavy logging chain, dropped her into the water with a pulley, and watched as the bubbles no longer rose to the surface.
And that's really the only place where it does sound true, because we're going to find out that's how they would lift the engines out of the cars they were stripping. There is something in that motion with the pulley and the chain that he had done again and again that I don't know whether or not he then made up and like extrapolated. Oh, I could use this as a murder weapon.
But they never investigated the area or the
They
lake
did.
there.
They didn't find jack
anything?
shit
Okay.
anywhere ever. He said he then drove away, stopped at a truck stop cafe, had the biggest steak on the menu, and drove all the way home that very night, playing the radio as loud as he could and singing along the whole time.
Well, now, do you think it was actually a big steak, or is he so small?
I honestly think I
like
wonder.
3-ounce steak. And
Maybe your biggest steak you ever have, and they're like, all right. And then he's bringing him a sausage patty, and he's like, oh man, my eyes are bigger than my stomach. It also makes me really sad because this is my favorite way to celebrate something.
Oh my God, eating, yes.
Yeah,
of
big
course.
steak and singing along to the radio, yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, like, and I also want to apologize to Eddie Money for possibly even bringing him into this scenario, because Eddie Money is if he was accidentally listening to Eddie Money, he is not culpable. He's not a part of this, and I don't want any of these accusations to get to him.
2 tickets to paradise.
Oh my God, you're going with someone. I only have 1 ticket.
You're selfish.
I didn't know that you could get more than 1.
Well, all this is what Pee-wee says. Now, let's start with one of the big problems here in this story. If he did what he said he did, he would have been covered head to toe with blood. And yet, he was able to go straight from the kill to a diner. I mean, did he make some excuse, say he was just killing a deer, don't mind the blood? Or did he...
Can you just do that?
I don't. Well, you can during deer hunting
Yeah,
season.
you can, yeah.
I mean, you got to show them the deer.
Yeah, yeah.
That's key.
Yeah, so they all go like, oh, yeah, that's a big one right there.
That's a
oh,
big
yeah,
one.
I caught one that looked just like it last week, and you have a bunch of people just bitching.
Yeah, deer hunting season's a pretty gruesome time on the old streets of Wisconsin.
Oh, it's very
Everywhere.
gruesome. It's gruesome in Texas as well. Yeah, my dad was telling me a story last night about field stripping a buck, and there was a lot of blood in that story.
Field Stripping a Buck is also going to be the name of my first gay pornography film.
It'll be a good time when your career totally collapses, most likely because of this podcast.
Yes.
And you're forced into do husky meat work.
I mean, the only other explanation is that Pee-wee managed to wash himself up in a fetid, filthy South Carolina swamp, and he also just happened to have a change of clothes in his truck.
Well, he probably could have just laid down, and then a bunch of dogs could have just thought he was a Jack Russell Terrier simply because of his size, and they all could have licked him clean.
Licking him
Like in Batman Returns, when she falls out of it.
Those
Like,
cats, yeah.
I have become Terrier Man.
Well, neither of those scenarios seems likely.
No. Become Terrier Man.
Now, let's also look at the wider scope of the so-called coastal kills.
I have to say, I got HBO on demand, and I did accidentally watch The Shaggy Dog with Tim Allen for far too long.
Are you bragging? Are you bragging about your HBO
I did not
Go
want to watch it.
subscription?
No, I'm not bragging. I'm saying that I did watch it for too long.
Okay.
I watched it for 25 minutes. Okay. Which is too long to watch The Shaggy Dog.
Okay, all right.
Okay, I'm just saying. It's not a great movie.
Well, let's look at the scope of these kills here. He claims that he picked up almost all of his victims. Remember, it's 100+ victims that he claims. He said that he picked up all the victims on the Carolina coast off Highway 17. He said he would then dump the bodies at various places in the swampy areas further inland, near towns like PD, Finkley, Dog Bluff, and Ketchup Town.
God, and they're all coincidentally on the Travel Channel. Coincidentally on the Travel Channel this week, they were all named top 4 cities to find bodies of dead girls in.
Oh, really? Finkley, huh? Who would have thought?
Also,
Or Ketchup
second,
Town.
PD and Dog Bluff were both second most likely to accidentally step in dog shit on the way to the post office.
Well, you just missed the dog. That's all that means.
Well, Pee-wee said as far as his victims went, he said he did everything from burning them with acid to running cables through their bodies and hanging them from trees, filling their orifices with molten plumbum.
Where's he getting the means?
Yeah, exactly. How is this possible?
He said he'd use like little fires and he would melt because lead does melt, fairly easily, I think,
I got my little Bunsen burner back here. You'll notice that's where I melted my lead.
Yeah, he even it's all these like really bizarre things. Like he said that he pumped one woman full of water until it came out of her nose and her mouth, but then
I don't know.
But then he said she died too quick, so he didn't do that ever again. But these guys do weird, fucked up shit like that all the time. Like you remember Kennifer Bianchi?
Of course.
Remember he used the syringe to fill the woman full of Drano and shit Windex. And
But
shit like that.
that is truly someone that is a process killer. right? That is someone that really enjoys the act of murdering. Well, all the other crimes that get pinned on Pee Wee Gaskins are quick murders that are used to cover up other crimes. And so
Except
it's
for
interesting.
there's like 4 that aren't.
There
but
aren't,
the
but they're
others
like,
are-
yeah, they're twisted still. They're still obviously very fucked up. But the idea of something like this, it's strange because it doesn't fit with everything else we know about him. We know him as a hardened criminal, but we don't know him as this as somebody who's so into the fantasy part of the murder. Besides now just sitting in jail and writing about it.
Yeah.
Acting like the villain from Seven.
Yeah,
somewhat. Here.
Very much so. Now, let's also take a look at the numbers. Now, all of these victims were all supposedly picked up from the same 173-mile stretch of road. And he starts in mid-1969, and he goes till 1975. And he said he'd killed 3 by Christmas of 1969 already. Then, in Final Truth, he alternates throughout between saying he killed on average every 6 weeks or around the 10th of each month for some reason. He said for some reason it was always around the 10th of each month that he started getting the bothersomeness, and that's when he would go out.
Your rent check has just been cashed. You know what I mean? Like you're sitting there, like it's kind of it's an in between moment. You're gonna get paid again on the 15th. So
right. Not a lot to do, I guess.
Yes. That means that in the space of about 5 years, if he kept to his schedule, at least 63 people would have gone missing on a single 173-mile stretch of highway, many of whom would have been noticeably missing.
You think you would, especially if it's just that one highway.
Yeah,
because
you would think so.
Just that one I mean, it's a long high. It goes past Charleston and past Wilmington, but like just between those two cities. Now compare that to Canada's infamous Highway of Tears. You know, over the last 40 years, 40 women have gone missing or been found murdered on a single stretch of highway in Western Canada, more than twice the length of Pee Wee's.
Apparently, they're also going to change the 405 here in LA to the Highway of Tears, but that's mostly because that's where the most auditions take place.
Oh, that's sad. How's the fire, by the way?
It was started by, I think it's the most incredible irony in the world that it was a fire accidentally started by homeless people and then it burnt Rupert Murdoch's house down.
Oh, look at that.
Yeah, about the Highway of Tears, multiple books have been written about this stretch. Documentaries have been made. So if 63 people went missing on one stretch of road in a popular coastal American area, you'd be damn sure someone would have noticed, especially since they were all white. People would have noticed in 1963.
Sure.
Or in 1968, but they didn't. So it's not going to fucking, it's not true.
So who knows? But again, if 1%
I'm going to
is
go
true.
not true.
If 1% is true, it's possible that Pee Wee could have murdered a
1%
few
would be
people
just-
here and there.
1% would just be he gave a woman a glass of water, which is actually quite nice.
That's actually not true. It's like if he had done a couple of these, murders. If he'd done a couple, and
Do
I
you
could
think
see
he did
him.
any murders in this situation
In
here?
this coastal kill situation, it's possible that maybe he did like 3 or 4. But
I can
it's
guarantee
not 100.
the shit about him picking up hitchhikers and asking them for sex for money and him getting filled with rage when they say no happened several times. I imagine when he was driving around super horny and mean, just driving around feeling that bothersomeness, which I do believe he did have. It wasn't necessarily for just murder. It was just to act out that he picked somebody up, and I guarantee, but I don't think it was like a torture session. I think it was like he flipped out and would either shoot him or stab him or choke him and then just leave him.
Yeah.
Horny and mean, never sung by Waylon Jennings.
No,
I mean
it was
ornery.
privately
Ornery.
spoken
Becky,
about.
I said I'm ornery, not horny. Put your clothes back on.
But, you know, most of this stuff, especially the story where he says he murdered what sounds a hell of a lot like the Scooby-Doo gang, sounds a lot like fantasy.
He did murder. He murdered Shaggy.
I know, leave the dog alone. But I hope it. Yeah, that's the only thing getting me through that.
But that's not to say Pee Wee Gaskins wasn't a horrific piece of shit murderer.
Right.
He was. For in 1970, Pee Wee would commit the first of what he called his serious murders.
Yeah, and I wonder if they were on channel 34 of Lithium. Sirius XM.
Serious radio joke.
Yes.
Well, Sirius is thriving. You know, because they don't let anybody have any idea what their analytics are.
That's how you know.
Yeah, that's how you know they're doing great.
Well, Pee Wee's designation here was that coastal kills were people he didn't know, while serious murders were people he either knew well or were at the very least acquaintances.
Okay.
And the only one Pee Wee says fell somewhere in between was the girl whom he said he cut pieces off while she was still alive and ate them before force-feeding her a chunk of her own calf.
He seems to be very much into this force-feeding people their own body parts.
He's into it, yeah.
He thinks there's something about the ultimate domination. You could see in his head about how that's a way to show how much you master somebody.
Yeah, I guess so.
Yeah. Now, while the serious murders were never as brutal as that fantasy, except for one, which is also probably at least half fantasy, that's not to say they aren't horrific. And they began in 1970 when Pee Wee was 37 with Patricia Ann Allsbrook and Janice Kirby, his own niece. This one is real. According to Pee Wee, he ran into Janice and Patricia one night at the local burger joint where he found Janice had drank a few too many beers and had passed out. The girls they were with asked if Pee Wee could take care of her, and he obliged. So Pee Wee bundled her into his car, but Janice's friend Pee Wee figured she'd better go along to make sure Janice was okay, probably because Pee Wee was a well-known local shitbird.
What was Janice's friend's name?
Patricia.
And it's just, he's a fucking disgusting person, and they all know this. And he's going there. I don't think it was an accident.
I don't think you'd expect someone to be as bad, though. Even if the worst person you know, you don't expect him to end someone's life like that.
Well, that's what these guys hope for. And a part of it's that he goes to this burger joint surrounded by teenage girls, and he is obvious to me in my head. He's skulking around, like he's looking for some action, and then happens to bump into his fucking niece.
Yeah. So after Pee Wee got the girls some coffee, Janice puked all over herself in the car. So Pee Wee offered to take him back to his place to clean her up, and that's when Pee Wee said he made the decision to rape them. Instead of taking him back to his house, he took him out to an old rundown tenant house that he knew of out in the country. He lulled the girls into a false sense of security, then pulled a knife on Janice, putting it up to her throat. But the attempt failed when Patricia slammed Pee Wee in the back of the head with a 2x4.
Ooh, all right.
And the two ran out in the woods. However, Pee Wee soon caught up, fired a shot in the air, and led him back to the house. But the girls weren't done. After another struggle, Pee Wee knocked out both girls with his pistol, rendering them both unconscious and half dead. And that's when he said he decided he had to kill them both.
Now we're going to see, yes, this is what you're going to say here. It's true. This is what shows normal serial killer thinking.
Yeah, this actually falls more in line with what we know about serial killers. The vast majority don't start with the Mondo horror movie scene about the hitchhiker that Pee Wee conjured up earlier. Most times, the first murder is an accident committed in the commission of another crime. And once it happens, the killer realizes it gives him a feeling that supplants all others he's had before, and the serial killing begins. So after knocking out the girls, Pee Wee left Janice at the house and locked Patricia in the trunk of his car. He then went to a vacant house he knew of that had a septic tank and somehow managed to get the cement lid off the top. And this is what he said he did next.
I planned to crack her skull open to make sure she was dead, but I decided that would make too big a mess, so I just lowered her into the sludge and waited until there wasn't any more bubbles. Then I pushed the cement lid back in place.
And the reason why we know this one is true is because 6 years later, Pee Wee led police to this exact spot, and there was the body of Patricia Ann Allsbrook.
Oh, absolutely brutal.
But so you're going to see he uses that. He knew that technique worked once, and so he can use it in his fake crimes as well.
Right,
he can just use it as a detail that works.
Yeah.
I can only hope his defense attorney was Tim Allen turning into a dog. And so
that's the only way you can trust him. Or you know what would have also been really good? Jim Carrey in that Liar Liar film, because he literally cannot tell a lie.
That's right.
So when Pee Wee got back to the house, his niece Janice had died from her injuries, and so possibly in some sort of fucked up reverence because she was family, he took her out back, buried her, and covered the ground with pine needles, and her body was never found.
Oh, they never found that
He never
one.
told police where that tenant house was.
Oh, my goodness. All right.
Now you would think that because of Pee Wee's record, along with the fact that he was the last one seen with the girls, the police were pressing pretty goddamn hard for their disappearance.
I would think so. I would hope so.
But when cops questioned him, Pee Wee said Janice had asked him about kinfolk living in California, and the two girls were planning on running away. And Pee Wee said he then let him out, and they got in a car with boys he believed were from Orangeburg, and that was the last he'd seen him.
Not from Ketchup Town or whatever. huh?
Yeah. Right next to Lemonville, which is even worse. I mean, we talk about with the Dean Coral murders. They just believed kids ran away. Also, this is a shitty fucking part of the country and a shitty time to be in it. So you could see why people be like, I'm getting out.
I guess so.
Yeah. No, these kids were lower class. Nobody gave a shit, so Pee Wee got away with it. It's exactly like Dean Coral. Because, how many kids went missing in that lower class Houston neighborhood before the cops gave a fuck?
Right.
And Pee Wee Gaskins, he killed at least 10 others over the next 5 years. We know he killed at least 10 other people in the next 5 years.
We're at 12 total kills for Pee Wee. Is that about...
It's confirmed 12.
Okay.
Probably, most likely 15.
All right.
Probably 18.
Oh, my goodness.
Yeah.
Now, one of the reasons why Pee Wee got away with it was that right after these two girls went missing, another high-profile case dropped in the laps of local law enforcement. 13-year-old Peggy Cutno. Cutno's father was a state senator, and of course, when she went missing, all resources went to her, and even more were dedicated when Peggy was found murdered 2 days later. A guy named Junior Pierce went down for the crime, but Pee Wee claimed he was the one who was actually responsible.
How many people in South Carolina are named Junior?
Yeah, so many.
Well, Pee Wee was originally named Junior. He was
That's
Junior
what I'm saying.
Parrot.
Junior Parrot.
Yeah, Junior's pretty common down there, I guess. I don't know. I've never been to South Carolina.
You've never been? I at least went through it, and that's where I met a guy named Miffers. Did I tell you about this?
No.
It was a guy
Told me about Miffers.
It was at a McDonald's. It was in a McDonald's. I went to. I was in South Carolina. We were driving from New York to Florida. We thought it would be fun. We rented a Dodge Charger. We were in South Carolina. We were exhausted and hungry. We was driving for 20 hours. We stopped to go into a McDonald's. I was gonna I went into the bathroom, and I just standing at the urinal. Man comes, stands next to me. He gives me like a nod, like he looks over. He fully takes his pants off, full underwear, with his ass hanging out of the back, and he pisses all over the inside of the urinal. I go back into the McDonald's, and I'm like, Jesus Christ. That guy comes out, realize he's working for the McDonald's. He was in a McDonald's uniform, and his name tag, and I am not joking, said Miffers. And I asked for milk with my coffee. I wanted like a little thing of milk, and he was on, is it okay to have just milk? Can I give the man milk? And they're like, yes, Miffers. Just give him the damn milk. You charge him for the milk.
Huh. Well, sounds like a nice place.
Beautiful state.
Well, yeah, this guy, Junior Pierce, he went down for the crime. Pee Wee claimed he was responsible. Final truth on that is that Peggy, just like the girl Pee Wee hit with the hammer in his 20s, had sassed him.
Uh-oh.
While Pee Wee said he didn't do anything about it immediately, he was still stewing over it days later as he was having a meal at his favorite seafood restaurant, the Crab Tooth.
Okay, this is what I'm going to say this right now. This is my only 2 rules. These are my 2 rules for restaurants, okay? Never eat at an empty restaurant, and never eat at a place where the title, the name of the restaurant has parts of the animal attributed to the animal that do not exist. Crabs don't have a tooth. They don't have a
Is that
tooth.
right? They don't got teeth there, the crabs.
They don't have it's not, you just can't have, it can't be called the chicken's tongue. I guess it could be called the chicken's tongue.
Chickens definitely have tongues. That's
Chicken hands.
You can't have chicken hands. You can't eat anything called the chicken hand.
Yeah, wombat brains.
Wombats have brains.
have brains.
I know, but that's bigger ones, though. Smarter brains. Smaller brains on the wombat.
Monkey Constitution. You can't eat at a place called the Monkey Constitution.
I like the monkey constitution. I like an empty restaurant, though. It's not an indication that the food is bad.
Restaurants, the restaurants that are packed are the good restaurants. Never eat at an empty restaurant. You will get sick.
I like empty restaurants.
Well, Pee Wee said as he was stewing at the Crab Tooth. This is going to be one of those back and forths. It's just going to go on for a while. So I'm just going to end it.
All right. Gonna boost yourself. All the service.
Just nobody there. If there's nobody there, it's also important if you're eating at a restaurant of another culture's food, you should be one of the only white people in it.
So, as he was sitting at the Crab Tooth, Pee Wee said he decided to do something about this girl sassing him. First, he set up an alibi for himself by renting a tourist cabin in Charleston, and he made sure everyone at his regular bar in Charleston saw him there. He said he then drove...
So you know I'm here. Pee-wee is at the bar. Is that Pee-wee?
Right? I'm sitting here on my favorite stool. I'm sniffing my favorite flower, which I leave here every time. He's running back and forth like the butler from Clue.
I think we saw Pee-wee. Pee-wee was definitely here. Pee-wee was here. I know Pee-wee.
He said he then drove back to Sumter, where both he and Peggy were living at the time. He said he found Peggy, kidnapped her, tortured her, and then left her body in the middle of the road to be found. He said the reason why he left her instead of sinking her in the swamp, as he had almost all the other bodies, was to prevent cops from accidentally stumbling upon other bodies that Pee-wee had killed in their search. This one isn't as far-fetched as some of the others. Pee-wee was working on a house on the same street that Peggy lived on, and that house was on the way back and forth to where Peggy walked to go to school. However, we also know that Pee-wee was questioned and investigated for the Peggy Cutno murder, but despite Pee-wee already being a very recent suspect in the disappearances of 2 other girls around the same age, this is what one officer said about him.
Pee-wee is a small-time punk who talks and acts tough to get women to notice him, but that's all he is. Just talk.
So you're just a horrible police officer. Is that it?
No, I'm a lazy police officer.
Oh, I see. Big difference.
And we're going to find out even more about how dead wrong that cop was on part 3 of Pee-wee Gaskins.
Oh my goodness! All right, well, this is a interesting, disgusting tale here, Pee-wee Gaskins.
There's a lot of ins and outs to this one.
What if it's a buffet?
It is like a buffet. It's a buffet of serial killer talk.
It is. Well, there is that, but I'm thinking if you're alone at a buffet, the food can't be that bad.
No, because then the food's not getting turned around fast enough. Then
You're
got
turning
food
it
sitting
around.
No, you're not. It's just sitting in a thing, congealing. It's like when a restaurant, the problem is you have all these backup orders that they made, and then they're just sitting there under warming lamps. And then you come in, it's like you're not getting fresh food. When there's a lot of people, there's a lot of dishes going out. And a part of it's like the money is what encourages everyone to work harder. Like, it's just not good. You have to, that's where the capitalist system's supposed to work, is that the customers drive quality.
This is a tough episode for me to handle. I'll tell you that. All right, Pee-wee Gaskins. Yeah, well, it's an interesting theory. Interesting theory indeed.
Well, I want to thank, she did get a hold of me. I want to thank the person who gave me the Pee-wee Gaskins book, Jessica Shannon. She's, of course, we plugged her subreddit before, our Jessica M. Shannon. But what she really wants us to do is plug a GoFundMe for one of her friends. It's GoFundMe.com/Lynn-Jim. That's Lynn, Lynn-Jim. They're also apparently both big listeners and big fans. So we wish you the best. They're going through some real hard times right now with like medical problems and shit like that. And we all know how that can be.
Oh my God.
So if you guys want to show your appreciation for us being able to do this Pee-wee Gaskins series, because without this biography, we would not have been able. There's not enough information out there about Pee-wee Gaskins in general for us to do an entire episode. So without this book, we would not have been able to do this series. So if you want to show your appreciation, go give a little bit of money over to Lynn and Jim. GoFundMe.com/Lynn-Jim. It's also, we got it over on our Twitter page as well. And that's thank y'all so much. And, get better, man.
Absolutely get better. And that's what GoFundMes are for. They're not for every web series that you've ever thought of. They're actually, this is a good thing.
They're also not for a kid who got made fun of just a little bit.
Which one?
The
viral video.
Yeah.
I was okay.
It's just like, this is a hot topic because when it comes down to that kid, I will say bullying is what made us all who we are.
Yeah,
like bullying is like in the end it works out. I think that the saddest thing is like, how is he supposed to go back to school?
He needs to sit down and watch Friday the 13th. He needs to watch Friday the 13th, the entire series. Channel his inner Jason, and then we'll see who the bully is. We'll see who the bully is come Monday, won't we, kids?
People feared Pee-wee Gaskins.
Oh my God!
I would also like to give a shout out to a friend of the show.
Hates him now. I have no idea. The internet story arcs that take place every 36 hours are hilarious.
That's why we don't get involved in people's personal lives like this.
No,
shit.
just stop it. Just leave it alone. Leave these people. Stop filming your kids. Stop filming your kids.
If your child is crying because he is bullied, They don't want that on the record. I promise you.
Well, apparently it was his idea, quote unquote. That's what they say. It was his idea. Film me during this extremely emotional, painful moment, Mom. Please.
You watch Texas Chainsaw Massacre. You watch any movie with big people who are ugly, and then you relate to them. The Mask. And then you learn a little bit.
Yes. We also have, I want to give a shout out to friend of the show, Hillary Sales, friend of Ellie Brown. She just defended her thesis. And she's doing well. She's trying to be a doctor, and she put Magusulations on her thank you pages at the end of her thesis. So I just want to say shout out to you.
That's great.
Hail Satan and good luck.
There was somebody else who tweeted at us that said they passed. Was that the exam that somebody just passed or something like that? Anyway.
No, someone else wrote a thing about what's it? Not H.H. Holmes. About Henry Lee Lucas.
Henry Lee Lucas.
Yeah.
That's so great that all of the research on this show is going towards people's education.
I also want to say happy birthday to Madison from San Diego. Her brothers have said that she's a huge fan and got her whole family into it. So happy birthday, Madison from San Diego.
Also, to be Wilford fucking Brimley again, there's also another Hillary I want to say happy birthday to who's friends with Jake _ the Prince of all Science.
There it
Happy
is.
birthday.
You're only Wilford if she's 100. That was such a great part of that show. Be like, they're not dead yet. Can you believe it?
I remember when this country used to be better. Okay, Grandma.
The birthdays.
Let's
Get to
go.
the
Let's go.
birthdays,
Really
Wilfie.
good.
That's it. So yeah, we know all the social media stuff. We got
Yeah,
the
so
Twitters
follow us
there.
at Henry Loves You, at Marcus Parks, at Ben Kissel. Follow us on Instagram at Dr. Ben Tasty, at Marcus Parks, at Ben Kissel, the #1. And follow us at LP on the left for all of the horse shit.
We got a Mick Foley interview coming out here that I got to do. Mick Foley, he's so unbelievably nice.
Yeah, he's the best.
He is just the best. So that'll be coming out for the Patreon listener or the Patreon subscribers pretty soon.
Yeah.
And the Diane Lake interview and all that stuff was very fun as well. So let's do a Hail Yourselves, everyone.
Hail Satan.
Hail Yeen.
Hail me.
Oh, and a Magustalations.
And a Magustalations. You can get one of those in there. It is our namesake.
Yeah, there it is. Is that it?
That's it.
That's it?
That is it.
All right.
Goodbye.
There's no place to escape to.
This is the last podcast.
On the left. That's when the cannibalism started.
What was that?
So I remember growing up with the mob, right? And it wasn't like Goodfellas kind of mob.
Right.
It was, I always felt like, I think I grew up with C-Team mob.
Yeah, like the Potato Mafia. Who was the mob of your little Polish neighborhood?
It was the Gambino family. It was the Gotti's during Gotti's reign. And I remember it was just a big fat guy. He'd be like, hey, come over here. Hey, chubby little kid, come over here. And I'm like, Mister, the only thing I want to do is entertain. And he's like, okay, how about this? Me and my boys will sit over here on this couch, and you jiggle around like you're my wife, and I'll give you a free Pepsi.
Hey, it is like the Potato Mafia.
And so I would go, and I would make yucks at the mob guys, and then they'd give me a free soda from the soda machine, and the whole time I was like, wow.
Showbiz.
So he had to give me this bag filled with stuff, and they say, take it to the guy on the corner, and I just go, you got it, mister. And just like walk over and drop off a bag. And so I'm a made man.
Yeah, if you weren't so unbelievably awkward and inept, you might have had to work for the mob. Okay, this is the last podcast on the left, everyone. I am Ben Kissel, looking at Marcus Parks.
Hello.
How are you, buddy? And then in beautiful, horribly hot Los Angeles, because he's not wearing a T-shirt, Henry Zabrowski.
It's belly slap time.
It's belly slap time.
Here comes the bats.
Look at that. Watch out. All right. Well, Henry told a mafia story up top here because that ties into the subject of today. This dude, he's known as the Iceman. Mm-hmm. His name is Richard Kuklinski. And I'm going to say mean guy. I'm just going to throw that out there. Brave.
Brave.
Well, Richard Kuklinski was an unrepentant murderer who killed at least 100 and possibly as much as 200 people during his 30-year career as a freelance mafia hitman for New York's infamous 5 families, in addition to 2 New Jersey mob families.
And that's a big get. To have somebody who could operate for all of the different families is very difficult. You have to be very good at your job, technically, quote unquote, swish, swish, swish. And also, we are not normally a mob podcast.
No.
Right. You know, so a lot of us, because mob guys, you know what I mean? It's a job for the most part. And so for us, it's like normally it's like we'll get to Al Capone when we're on year like 15 of doing the show. And we're also doing like sometimes food goes bad. Marcus, what are the top 10 worst bad foods?
Oh, that's great, actually. Apples, oranges, pizza never goes bad.
Exactly. But Kuklinski is a special.
Yes, absolutely. And I do wonder if he registered with the Freelancers Union to get health care. That's important.
Now, Kuklinski never once failed to fulfill a contract, nor did one ever go even slightly askew. From the moment Richard took a contract, you were a dead man walking.
Yikes.
The media dubbed him the Iceman, but to those who knew and feared him, he was simply called the Devil.
The devil!
Even a scarier term. Why does the media make these people give them the awesome nicknames? Because Dean Malenko was a wrestler named the Iceman, and he was just boring. But this man, nothing boring about this guy.
His bosses were scared of him.
Yes.
His family was scared of him. His friends were scared of him. He was 6'5", 300 pounds. Kissel's fucking size. He could move like a cat. They said that he naturally moved on the balls of his feet.
Yeah. He moved silently. He could move
Wow.
like he could be. Imagine being your size, but still being able to hide.
Oh, imagine me being flexible and in shape. No, I'm not going to do that. I just don't feel like going down that road.
Kuklinski wasn't in shape. Kuklinski was 300 pounds of beer and pierogi.
I heard he moved like a cat.
But he comes from a long line of, like me, deceptively able Polish people.
Okay.
People deceptively physically able. I'm the fastest man within 10 feet. We showed it on the stream. He is, and he can just do it. And he would pride himself in being like, "Hey, funny thing about me is that you never see me coming." And you're like, stop it.
Creepy. That needs to be on your tombstone, by the way. The fastest man within 10 feet. I love it.
No, the biggest question when it comes to Richard Kuklinski, and when it comes to hitmen and assassins in general, is this. Can and should Richard Kuklinski be classified as a serial killer?
All right, I'm going to withhold my opinion.
Now, this is a question. Thank you, Ben.
No problem.
Thank you, Ben.
It's withheld.
Now, this is a question that we hope to answer by the end of our 3-part series. However, this question, as well as Kuklinski's story, is muddied by the mythology that has sprung up around Kuklinski, owing mostly to the 2013 Michael Shannon movie, The Iceman.
Marcus, you are unseasonably mad about the Iceman.
I am incensed about this movie. I mean,
You were texting me at like 2 o'clock in the morning, just being like, "This is a shame what this does. I cannot believe that the tarnishing of the American flag that this movie does commit."
Yes. Did you leave a comment on Rotten Tomatoes by any chance? Because that's too much. Okay.
No, but I can say, rewatch the movie this week. This movie is among the most offensive adaptations out there of a true crime story. It paints Kuklinski as a sympathetic, loving family man who was forced into killing and never killed anyone who didn't deserve it and only got angry at his family like twice.
Yeah, hey, Dogmeat, I would say it's like he got mad at his family twice, but it lasted for 15 years at a stretch.
Ah,
You know what I mean?
long
So the
anger.
day he stopped being mad, one of them just fucking had it, leave the cabinets open, and then all of a sudden you walk through and you try to take something out of the bottom cabinet, you lift your head up and you pop your head in the corner of the fucking cabinet door. I'll kill the whole family.
Yeah, and then it swells up like an animated cartoon there, and then you got to push it down with your finger, but then it comes out your temple. I know how it works. So they gave him sort of the John Cusack treatment from Gross Point Blank. They made him like a lovable character.
I wouldn't say lovable, not necessarily. They made him very sympathetic.
Okay.
Now, in reality, Kuklinski was a dead-eyed, murderous force of nature who terrorized his wife and 3 children constantly. He brutally beat his wife as a matter of course and openly told his kids that if he ever accidentally killed her, he'd have to kill them too in the cover-up.
Again, I'm not going to say this is a reasonable thing to say to your family,
No, it's not.
but he's correct. It's what has to be done.
Well, I do think that he was speaking matter-of-factly, which is probably why it makes it more terrifying, because he wasn't joking. Or maybe this is a Polish mafia joke. I don't know.
No. As far as the sweetness goes, he always made sure to tell his oldest daughter that he'd have the hardest time killing her because she was his favorite.
What? Thank you. What do you say to that exactly?
It's technically a compliment from him because Richard Kuklinski, once we get into it, you're going to see that he legitimately, not even as a bit, killed every single one of his friends.
Oh.
In a very bizarre, organized berserker mode, the only way a professional contract killer could go into berserker mode, in which he systematically murders every single person that he knows.
Okay, berserker mode. That ties into serial killers. I'm withholding judgment, but I'm putting that in the file.
But it's not berserker mode because berserker mode is completely and totally unhinged. This was controlled, this was calculated, and it was pulled off perfectly.
I'm taking it out of the file.
And, you know, as far as his family goes, all that shit, that's not even mentioning the first family that he completely abandoned. Richard Kuklinski was not a family man. He was not the family man serial killer. He was a piece of shit. And as far as his murders went, he by no means only killed, quote-unquote, bad guys. If Richard Kuklinski is to be believed, he killed numerous motorists for actions as innocent as flipping him off in traffic.
Can we say this, though, about the first family? They really dodged a bullet.
They dodged
They
a
really
huge
did.
bullet.
Out of all the, you hear stories about, like, parents or fathers leaving the family, but in this case, probably a good thing.
And as far as killing people goes, as far as just murdering random people, he once shot a dude in the forehead with a crossbow just to see how well it would work.
This is what you have to remember, how it went down.
Yeah.
Guys, it's just, he pulled his car over. He bought a brand new crossbow.
Oh, my.
He's fucking with it. And he's just like, hey, I don't know if this is going to be doing anything or if this is some kind of fun little lark. I can kind of swing around. He sees a guy on the corner, and he's like, hey, excuse me. Come here. And the guy walks over. He's like, yes. And he shoots him in the head with the crossbow just as he's looking in the fucking window. And that's it. That's all he did.
Could have done without that, sir. I mean, that is horrifying. He's like Jason Voorhees in an urban environment.
He's about the size of Jason Voorhees.
Good Lord.
Now, although he certainly killed many of his victims with shots to the chest and knives to the brainstem, as the movie portrayed, what they didn't portray is that he constantly found new and inventive ways to kill victims based on how much his mob contractors wanted the marks to suffer. He was so into the idea of finding new ways to kill people that he'd watch Wile E. Coyote cartoons and take notes.
Yeah. Yes.
Honestly, if you know someone who watches Wile E. Coyote cartoons and takes notes, it's either someone who maybe I'm not going to malign anyone, but maybe it's not the larger bus, or it's someone.
It sounds like,
or it's someone who is a serial killer or a hitman rather.
It technically sounds like a mentally handicapped person planning their wedding, but he is there.
And that is we love everyone on this.
He is watching the cartoons, and they're being like, the thing is though, how can I get a rubber band that big? I'm not a good enough painter in order to do that trompe l'oeil on the wall to convince people that the highway keeps going.
Yeah.
But if only I could have been good if my father just let me paint like I wanted him to.
Just got a bunch of rubber black circles lying all over the house. He throws against the wall and tries to run
You
through
fall
them.
down. Hey, Barbara, come here. See if you fall down this. God damn it. God damn it.
Yeah, he ripped off guys' tongues and shoved them up their asses.
Oh my God. I don't remember that in a Wile E. cartoon.
He used road flares to burn off dudes' genitals.
Oh.
And other guys, he left to a fate so cruel and inhuman that we're going to have to wait to explain that one fully.
Okay.
Yeah, this is a 3-part series, and we're going to be covering quite a bit of the mayhem that Richard Kuklinski caused. What I will say, though, is a lot of the beginning ideas were kind of given to him by his bosses, but also when you just give him like freestyle moment, like if you just and Richie, you just take this one. You just do it's one you're gonna do. And the way the guy because Richard was one of those very silent types, so he would barely speak a word, which is interesting as to how it would pan out to now having 3 hours worth of documentary on the books.
Right.
As that he sits and he would go, and then they'd leave, and those bosses are all like, God, I should have just told him to shoot him in the head, right?
So he's basically the hitman equivalent of running. He's running the triangle. Phil Jackson's the triangle. You got a lot of leeway. You can really kind of create whatever you want.
Richie starts building his library by grabbing old copies of VHSs of Nickelodeon's Doug to see if there's anything in there, like some Rugrats.
Now, granted, some of these guys that he murdered had committed grievous acts of violence, and one could even argue that some of them might have deserved it.
Okay.
But half the time, Richard didn't even know what these people had done. If the boss said make them suffer, they suffered. And whenever Richard could, he enjoyed it up close and personal. This is a clip of him saying why.
What did you want him to think as they died?
Just see my pretty face. I take it to them. But the last thing they ever saw was me. And if they carry that glimpse to eternity, infinity, or whatever it is, they're gonna be thinking of me all that time.
Yikes.
Yeah. Now, I have a question. Now, did he carry a boombox that played that ominous music at all times? Like the Joker had the laughing
Just on
machine
his
in his
belt buckle?
pocket?
Yeah.
Okay.
You hear it, it's like as he comes and be like, oh man, Iceman's here. At least make sure you know what he likes. Get him a hot dog Chicago style and 2 Boilermakers.
Ooh, that sounds good.
Now, Richard Kuklinski did at least have some morals. Pretty much no women, no children. But the perspective on Kuklinski taken in The Iceman is similar to if we made a movie about John Wayne Gacy and just focused on how great of a clown he was.
Oh. That's a fantastic movie.
Yeah, that is actually
I'm
a
saying,
good
like, honestly, I want to play that. I want to do that where it's just like, it's truly just John Wayne Gacy wanted to be a classic bouffant, and then everybody was just getting in his way.
I love the whole movie happening, just John Wayne Gacy as the clown, and then at the very end, just a screen, 29 bodies were found in the floorboards of Mr. Gacy's house. And then just leave everybody like, what? What did we just watch?
Now, the reason why we know so much about Kuklinski is because Richard talked, as we've already heard. He began with an HBO documentary in the early 90s called The Iceman Tapes, Conversations with a Killer. Now, it seems like the movie Iceman, the Michael Shannon movie, took its narrative from just this first documentary, ignoring everything else Kuklinski and his family said afterwards. In this first one, Kuklinski's portrayed as, like the movie, as a family man who just happened to be a vicious killer, and even his wife speaks of him in fond terms. But Kuklinski kept talking. He did 2 more HBO documentaries, and each time he was more and more truthful. Then finally, he was most forthcoming with author Philip Carlo, whose book, The Iceman, Confessions of a Contract Killer, makes up the bulk of the information we'll be using for this series.
And I like to imagine that our audience, for the most part, is a little bit more true crime educated than other audiences.
I think
and
so,
it's probably seen the documentaries more so than seeing the Michael Shannon movie.
Yeah,
so I think people really kind of get a glimpse more of what the animal is, and it's more just what Hollywood does and the way it kind of they fuck things up. Where it's like, the movie would have been so much better if you just did it like it was in reality.
And I think
you had Michael Shannon actually just get to be the Iceman. I mean, because that sold me to begin with. I was like, ooh, I love Michael Shannon. And it's like, I want to see him fucking do the tree, which we'll find out what the tree is later. I want to see him do that shit.
Now, there are a few reasons why I'm more inclined to believe Kuklinski over other killers. First, the more Kuklinski and his family talk, the worse they all sound. Nobody comes out looking good here in the end. Some of his stories do sound just a little bit too good to be true, but he's not like a lot of other guys like Dennis Nilsson who make themselves sound better as time goes on, finding excuses for their behavior.
But what we do have with Kuklinski is there are news stories that back up a lot of his crimes.
Yep.
There's a lot of stuff that you could tie to that he did do this shit. And but I also I do believe he trumped some of it up. But I think we're in the world of like when we did the Satanic Government or we do any of these type of things where it's like if even just 10% of it is true, it's pretty insane.
Right.
Yeah, after he spoke in the HBO documentaries, they cleared 13 cold cases.
Jeez.
Just on him talking about shit and them taking what he said and matching it up with police records and news stories of the time.
All right.
Now, I think the reasons why Kuklinski talked were simple. First, He was proud of his work. He was one of the best in America and therefore one of the best in the world. But he'd never been able to talk about it so openly because before he had to think about both getting caught and the safety of his family. But by the time he talked to Philip Carlo in the 2000s, he'd been in prison for nearly 20 years. And the mob families he'd worked for were either completely dismantled or dead by the time he talked. Now, Kuklinski felt like he had carte blanche. But as we'll see, Kuklinski may have been wrong on that point.
Okay.
Dead wrong.
Yep. But also, good work. Good work, Dog Meat.
Thank you.
I will say he is also, in many ways, obviously terrible man, horrible monster. But he was the Polish warrior that my home country needed in the 30s. Because if your grandfather came over that hill, stomping like as he's walking backwards into Warsaw, and he looked over and he saw Kuklinski doing the fucked up shit that he's doing, we maybe could have had a little bit of a fighting chance.
Yeah, maybe.
So Richard Kuklinski, as per the diagnosis he received in the third HBO documentary, The Iceman and the Psychiatrist, suffered from antisocial personality disorder, and a part of that disorder is complete and total fearlessness. As Dr. Park Dietz explains, some people who have inherited this disorder become race car drivers, experimental test pilots, bomb squad technicians, or any other number of high-risk, high-pressure professions.
All guys that are currently fucking your girlfriend when you're not when you're not around. You know what I mean?
My goodness! And maybe people who used to jump horses off of high platforms.
Yeah, but guess who's doing the jumping in that? The horse.
Oh,
so when it
yeah.
comes down to, it's like if the horse is the one that's doing the fearful part, not the man on top of the horse. He's actually, maybe he's the only one who truly understands what's happening, but the horse still has to do the jumping.
That's true.
These guys usually turn out good because they come from loving, caring families. But the guys with this disorder that come from an abusive background usually take a different path altogether. In other words, nature gives them a tool, and nurture determines how that tool is used. And you can probably guess what kind of childhood Richard Kuklinski had.
Really
Honestly,
nice
No, guess
not
all.
right.
No, try again. Natalie actually was talking to me about this, about how she was talking about the history of stunt people. She had a lot of original stunt people were guys that were who didn't give a fuck. So they're like, yeah, I'll jump through a fucking window. Yeah, I'll get hit by a car. They were just like crazy guys with no fear that will just do fucked up shit, which I think is the majority of hitmen as well. Like, I've been trying to find research as to whether or not there were other ones like Kuklinski that took their work so quote-unquote personally, and I'm certain that there was, and we'll probably hear about it. I love people, listeners, if you know stories of other fucked up hitmen, please send, because I love reading about them. But I wonder where the differences are.
Yeah.
So Richard Leonard Kuklinski was born April 11th, 1935 in Jersey City, New Jersey, to an evil sociopath named Stanley and a hollow shell of a woman named Anna, a woman that Richard would later call simply Cancer.
I would have named them maybe something like AIDS, but that's got to do with fucking. And I'm talking about my mother. Okay? You say one word of disrespect about my mother. Wow.
I can't say anything bad about your mother, but you nicknamed her Cancer? How is that fair?
Come here. What? I got this crossbow. It's fun, right?
Could have done without that.
Stanley, Richard's father, was Polish and had immigrated from Warsaw, while Anna was an orphan whose father had died of pneumonia while her mother had been hit and killed by a truck soon after.
Jeez.
It's like the beginning of Johnny Dangerously.
She grew up being beaten by nuns and molested by priests, so her demeanor was possibly a little more understandable, with even Richard saying that she was a victim of her own life.
The way that my mom and my uncles and my father and his uncles talked casually about how often everyone was molested by priests in the 1940s and 50s is fucking brutal.
Yeah,
the way
it's-
they just toss it out. They were like, yeah, and so once he was done molested me, then we went down to the park and played handball. And they're just like, Jesus Christ.
What was that? What was that first part again? You know what? Let's skip it. Let's just go to the park.
Well, Stanley, on the other hand, was just pure evil, at least from his family's perspective. He was a violent drunk, but the beatings could come at any time. It's just that when he drank, the beatings got worse. And so, Richard Kuklinski grew up facing unprovoked beatings on an almost daily basis. Richard was so afraid of his father that he would sometimes wet himself at nothing more than the sound of his father's voice.
And guess what that did to his father? Made him real fucking mad.
Yeah,
every single time he pissed his pants in front of him, so he'd wail on him again. So a very, very horrible cycle. And the father looked like Flat Top from Dick Tracy.
Really? Scary. I don't like this Stanley guy one bit.
Oh, no.
No.
And it wasn't just Richard who was on the receiving end of the violence. Anna got it too, to the point where Stanley once stabbed his own wife in the back.
Jesus.
But neither one got it as bad as Richard's frail older brother, Florian. Well, Stanley liked to hit Florian on the back of the head. And we're not talking slaps here. We're talking full-on punches. And Stanley, he was a railroad brakeman. He was a small guy, but they said he was strong as a bull.
I'm sure.
So one night, Stanley hit Florian over and over again in the back of the head until the young boy fell to the floor and never got up.
He killed his kid?
He beat his own son to death.
Jeez.
In front of the family, because you remember, this is like tenement housing.
Right.
They all lived in like one room.
Right,
So it's
right.
like he beat him to fucking death in front of his own family. And Richard, they're all just sitting and watching. And then he's like, the father has to turn around and be like, this didn't happen. Like, honestly, like they all, because he was also a Polish native. And they all, like, everyone had to turn the other way immediately.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, we just go back to eating like, oh, Salisbury steak is on the table. Like, I mean, how crazy is that?
Yeah, and they just told everyone in the neighborhood that he fell down the stairs.
And everyone nodded in unison. I was like, oh.
Yeah.
Even because they were all also burying a son that they just accidentally beat to death.
Yeah. Are your stairs by any chance made of human knuckles? Because that seems to be what looks like in the back of his head.
But instead
Yeah,
of-
it's true. I bought my house from this new real estate. This new real estate agent? Have you met? His name is David Cronenberg.
But after this, instead of Stanley learning a lesson, Richard's beatings only got worse.
Oh, no.
And his mother was just as bad as Stanley. Richard's mother once beat Richard so hard with a broomstick that Richard passed out, and when he woke up, it took him a while to remember his own name. And this was after Florian was killed.
Dog meat, give them some credit. He said that he did lay off for almost a month.
After Florian died, there was a 1 month hiatus, 1 month
Yeah,
break.
where he would go like, ooh, and be like, and everyone be like, no, this is a reasonable time. And they're like, oh, yes, we're reasonable now. And
Good
it lasted for a
Lord.
very short period of time.
Crazy.
Yeah, and the beatings didn't just come from home. Richard, who was a bit of a late bloomer, spent a lot of his childhood and adolescence as, tall but thin and somewhat fragile. So he got the shit beat out of him by bullies in the neighborhood on a regular basis. But Richard was also getting lessons in violence from his father. One day, Richard ran home for comfort after a neighborhood pummeling. And when he told his dad what had happened, Stanley beat him with a belt and told him to get his ass back out there and take care of it.
I feel like he would really like that song Jeremy by Pearl Jam. I think he might really get into it.
And so, Richard went back down and beat the living fuck out of the two boys who'd beaten him earlier. And then, when the boy's father came down to stop it, Stanley came down too and beat the hell out of him, knocking him out in one punch. He said, yeah, you didn't do anything when my boy was getting beat up, but then when your boys are losing, you come down. So he just fucking one-punched his ass.
Is it?
And the way they described it, the way Kuklinski described it, is that his father jumped out the front window and landed on his feet and ran out and beat the shit out of the dude. Have you ever seen your dad jump? I did one time.
I didn't think it was possible.
I did it one time, and it was terrifying. Like, I watched my father, move fast one time, and I was like, oh, wow, he can move fast.
Is it strange to think that that was actually kind of a sweet moment in his childhood when his father defended him at least?
I don't think so. I don't
know.
I
remember
it was more like you're beating up my property.
Well, sure.
It wasn't like you're beating up somebody I love. It's like, I beat the fuck out of my boy. You don't beat the fuck out of my boy.
When I was a child, I was bicycling home during the winter time, and these kids, these bullies, threw a bunch of snowballs at me. I fell off my bicycle, and I was weeping like the young kid in Christmas Story, just crying and crying. And then my father went over there, he knocked on their door, and the guy hid in the bathroom, and my father screamed at him. And it was very cool. And they were like juniors in high school. I was in 6th grade.
I just don't really understand why anybody beats up on the big kid. Yeah. I don't understand that mentality. You befriend the big kid, you groom him to be your protector. That's what I understood.
We have a finite amount of time where you can bully the big kid because our brains, we just want to be loved, and then everyone's like, you can't be loved, you're too big. And then it takes a long time for us to love ourselves enough to say, you know what? Stop picking on me.
Yeah.
Don't pick on me anymore. That's what I told
Kissel.
him. What?
Kissel, can I just ask this? You may not be able to answer this on air.
Uh-oh.
But where are the bodies?
Oh, come on. I live in an apartment, for crying out loud.
Well, after the incident with the 2 boys and Richard's father, Richard learned a lesson. He learned that he could turn violence to his advantage. Stanley and Anna had a couple more kids after that, including Richard's brother Joseph, who we'll get to later.
Yeah, yikes. Yikes on Joseph.
Big yikes on
Big
Joseph.
yikes on Joseph. Okay, wait for that.
But eventually, Stanley shacked up with a Polish woman and, for the most part, left the family alone.
Polish women satisfy.
Okay.
But by that point...
I'm going to get a T-shirt that says that for myself.
But by that point, the die had already been cast in Richard. By the time he'd reached adolescence, Richard had already fulfilled 2 out of the 3 points of the McDonald Triad.
Uh-oh.
And to give a refresher, the McDonald Triad is a set of 3 factors that occur in childhood that are predictors for future violence. Bedwetting, arson, and animal cruelty. And Richard managed to combine 2 out of the 3.
Creative.
I guess.
He started by tying the tails of stray cats together and throwing them over clotheslines just to see the cats rip each other apart. But his most cruel habit was throwing cats down the incinerator in his apartment building. He'd throw them down the chute, turn on the incinerator, and then sit and watch through the window as the cats would try to claw their way back up.
I just feel like you're waiting for an accident with the incinerator in the apartment complex. I don't think they do that anymore. And it seems like, it was a horrible idea to start with. Why don't, who's building the apartment and be like, let's put a fire in the middle of it? What kind of thinking is that?
Yeah, why does every apartment building need a crematorium? There's no real reason. But he would say Richard Kuklinski, I think, and the comparison will come up again and again, is very similar to Carl Panzram because he did have sort of a self-conscious, like he would seek within himself like questions about why is he the way he is. And he said after the fact that the reason why he murdered the animals is because he was curious about why he didn't feel anything.
Yeah.
Where he'd sit, he'd throw them, and then he'd be like, I should be feeling something. Like, why don't I feel it?
Wow. So it's like, I don't know the name of the condition, but when you don't feel any physical pain, he didn't feel any emotional pain.
Not really, no. And dogs, hell, he'd do it to dogs too. Like he'd find dogs, pour gasoline on them, light them on fire, watch them run around. He'd bludgeon dogs to death. He'd tie them to the bumpers of buses. And eventually, he killed so many animals that the whole neighborhood, completely bereft of strays. He called it his pastime.
I mean, they had to notice that something was going on. Like, did anyone try to stop him and be like, hey, Richard, come over here. Let's have some cake. Let's not kill a dog today.
We are of a generation that has begun to infantilize our dogs and cats because our generation's not really having many kids. Back in the day, I do believe that they would look at stray dogs and cats as a nuisance.
Sure.
And again, it's more of a, oh, that huge kid's doing his hobby again. And they have to go and they're like, oh, thank God, because they would attack our rutabagas. I don't know what that's
1930, what was this? The 1940s, I suppose.
No, this is 30s, 40s, yeah. So since Richard's mother only worked menial jobs and there were 4 mouths to feed in the house, Richard started stealing food to make sure everyone had something to eat, from Drake's delivery trucks to train cars.
The classic Drakes?
Oh, the classic
Drake cakes?
Drake cakes, yeah.
Really?
Drake's coffee cakes.
Wow.
Yeah, I mean, he just started stealing food to eat, and then he found that he liked stealing, so he started moving up to stealing cars. And he also engaged in petty theft, particularly the true crime magazines, which he'd take every week from the local candy store.
Oh.
It wasn't long before Richard realized that the only thing he'd ever be good at was crime.
He was the first true crime superfan to then also use that knowledge for himself. Like he understood early on, being like, "Oh, I'm a criminal. Oh, this is what I do."
Right. Sort of like a Charles Manson, I guess, in that regard, right? He was a professional criminal.
Yeah.
He's also just he's just straight on Panzram.
Yeah.
He's just straight on, like, he's a villain. That's what we'll talk about again. Serial killer, I don't know. Villain, yes. Like, would you call Genghis Khan a serial killer? I mean, technically, he is like to use again the Dan Carlin, the capital G, great man, but that doesn't necessarily mean good man.
You know, with Genghis Khan, I wouldn't call him a serial killer to his face anyway. That is for sure.
And please, Henry, it's Genghis Khan.
Oh my God! God damn it!
God damn it! Good Lord. Well, it is kind of ironic. So he's stealing true crime books and becoming a criminal, mags, and becoming a criminal while he does it.
Well, out of those true crime magazines, the kind of crime that Richard paid attention to the most was murder.
Really?
Murder!
I don't know. I just had a vision of a centerfold for a true crime magazine, just like a Glock, or just like a big knife. Like, what's the centerfold for a true crime mag?
Goon of the month, where it's just like guys
I'll
with
get
like
there one day.
balaclavas on and nooses. Yeah.
Well, definitely not blaming the true crime magazines here, but it was only a matter of time before Richard started applying the knowledge he was learning to how he was going to kill people himself.
Okay.
And he started with the gang of bullies that terrorized him every day.
Ooh.
The victim was the leader of the gang, Charlie Lane, and the original plan was just a simple beatdown. But like it is with so many other killers, that beatdown edged its way into murder.
Wow.
Murder. What I will say is that it's like the group of bullies from A Christmas Story.
I was going to say that.
If they ran into Jason Voorhees.
Yeah.
It's like if this group of they flipping coins. I mean, like, yeah, get out of here, you tall boy. Yeah, get out of here, you tall Polish boy. Yeah, you Polish. Because that was a big thing, is that they always making fun of him because he's fucking Polish.
Yeah.
But guess what? You know what happens sometimes when you make fun of a Polish person?
What?
Ooh, it builds and it builds and it builds and it builds and it builds. And just one day, bam! Bam, bam, bam!
Now, are we still talking about Kuklinski, or is that you? Well, they never made A Christmas Story 2. Ralphie very well may have become a serial killer. We don't know.
They did make a
they?
Christmas Story too.
Oh,
yes, they
come
did.
on.
There was a
Really?
there was a sequel. Yes, where it's him in summer camp. I believe trying to the neighbor girl. I don't remember. It's some weird other 1960s plot. Yeah.
Okay.
Well, Richard's plan was to take a wooden clothes pole from his closet and beat Lane when he came home late at night. Just simple revenge.
Okay.
You fuck with me, I'm going to beat you up.
Now, when you say plan, did he jot this down? like it doesn't seem like that much of it. It's not elaborate.
No.
Kissel, he sat he doesn't have blueprints. He doesn't have a neighborhood breakdown. But this will become the trademark of Richard Kuklinski. He is an incredible planner and he knows what to do. And that's a part of what's really, again, it's very surprising because you didn't think a man is essentially, I would use the human category of lug. He is a lug, and you'd think that he wouldn't do this shit, but he was very clever. Oh, very clever indeed.
It's a weird Elmer Fudd.
Well, that's what, he did actually sit and wait for hours upon hours. He sat there, they all lived in the projects together.
Okay.
And so he sat at the entrance waiting for Lane to come home. And then when Lane came home, Richard confronted him, and Lane called him a dumb Pollock.
Oh.
And
Immediately. And then you think,
Yeah.
you're not even going to say hello. You're going to be like, hey, Richie, why are you staring at me? Hey, Richie, it seems like you've been standing here for a couple hours, you dumb Pollock. I'm only calling you a dumb Pollock because you should be out having fun.
Yeah, you could have just called him a Pollock. It's understood.
Oh,
I got into a little bit of a roast mode there. That's a bit of a roast.
And builds and builds and builds and then pop, pop, pop.
well, when Charlie Lane called him a dumb Pollock, something snapped.
Okay.
Richard hit him right above the ear, and that sent Charlie right to the ground. But once Charlie was on the ground, Richard just kept hitting him again and again and again and again. Finally, he threw down the dolly and then just started kicking him again and again and again.
Jeez.
And then finally, he stopped and composed himself. He looked down. Charlie Lane wasn't moving anymore. So Richard, using a trick he learned from his true crime magazines, checked Lane's pulse and found he'd beaten his bully to death.
And then he said, "Not so dumb, Polak."
Not so dumb Polak, huh?
Wow.
Because a dumb Polak would have kept you alive. Oh, no, Richie, oh.
So again, Richie, using his true crime knowledge, knew that he had to get rid of the body. And this tells you how fearless this guy was, even as a teenager. He just accidentally killed someone, and he just immediately thinks, like, how do I take care of this problem?
Right.
So he grabbed a car he'd stolen, bundled Charlie Lane's body into the trunk, and took off driving south. And he said the further he drove, the better he felt about killing Charlie Lane.
Jeez.
Said it made him feel invincible, and thus killing became Richard Kuklinski's defense mechanism.
And it's like when we discovered that if you're funny, you don't get wailed on as hard.
Right, right.
And then we turned it into this.
Yeah.
Into this lifestyle that we've chosen.
Yeah.
But he was like the opposite. All of this is sort of like if the Scooby-Doo gang was reversed and if the Scooby-Doo gang was actually like the Firefly family,
Right.
killing people and then covering it up.
Ooh, I'm excited for that new movie.
The funny thing is that they said Kuklinski, when he was younger, he was actually the class clown in Catholic school. But then the nuns beat that out of him.
Ah, I see. I do get the feeling if he could have, he would have been listening to Bruce Springsteen. It's a real Bruce moment, I think.
He loved country music.
Oh, well,
Country music.
but
yeah, he likes the music that you like, Kissel. He likes Waylon Jennings. He likes old school country. He likes all that stuff.
Well, Bruce is the country of the East. That's what I've heard that.
I'd say Bob Seger as well.
Okay.
Well,
Okay.
That's it.
No,
That's it.
No, I agree with you. I love Bob Seger turning the page, lets you know what to do.
well, Kuklinski wasn't done with Charlie yet. Richard took his first victim down to the Pine Barrens, home of the Jersey Devil, and brought the body out of the trunk. He then took a hammer and knocked out all of Charlie's teeth. And after that, he chopped off the tips of Charlie's fingers with a hatchet he'd brought, both done to prevent identification, both things he'd learned from true crime magazines.
Oh, I see.
And finally, he dumped the body off a small, isolated bridge and drove home, throwing fingers and teeth out the window as he went.
Like Lorena Bobbitt? What is
Yes.
going on here?
Yes, like it's confetti for a celebratory parade in Halloween Town.
Richard later told Philip Carlo that this was the first time in his life that he felt like a person who merited respect. He was 13 years old.
What? 13?
13
What?
years old. He was over 6 feet tall. He knew to knock the teeth out of a person's mouth and to chop the fingers off of the. I remember not wanting to go to the bottom of the trash bin. Like, I remember my mom calling me a wussy because I didn't want to go to the bottom of the trash bin and get something. A bunch of stuff. I was like, ew, it's gross.
It is gross.
He dismembered a body.
Okay. But
So
now,
yes, he's full Panzram. He's full.
Oh,
Panzram.
yeah.
But now, Marcus, you said earlier that he was a late bloomer. Are we talking he's killed more than he has pubes? Like, are we talking pubeless, prepubescent, 13 years old, cutting fingers off?
No, if he's truly Polish, he is completely covered with hair.
I don't know.
No, I mean late bloomers and like he
Emotionally.
wasn't big.
Oh, he
like
wasn't
he
big.
wasn't like a
I
big,
see.
big dude.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and to drive the point home that he needed to be left alone, the next day he took a 2x4 and beat every other member of Charlie Lane's gang, and they never bothered him again. And we know this happened. Charlie Lane was reported missing.
Wow.
Nobody ever knew what happened to Charlie Lane, but nobody even came close to thinking that skinny little Richard Kuklinski was capable of such a thing.
Man, I do kind of wish that Ben, the character from It, would have done this when it comes to that guy being such a mean person to him.
Yeah, but he got a reputation then, and then he started learning, which is what he will use the rest of his life, is that when you come at somebody 10 times harder than when they come at you, you gain this, like, they're now scared of you.
Yeah.
Right.
Because what it is, to put my psychiatrist cap on, is that he is taking power back. Again, he grew up his whole life with no power. He was subject totally to the abuse and the whims of his parents and to everyone around him. So now what he's going to do is being like, you're going to think about me what I want you to think about me, which means instead of calling me, you maybe call me the dumb Pollock, but it's not going to be dumb Pollock scaring me all the time. Like, that's what you want.
Okay, interesting.
Because after that, he found a baseball bat, and he started going around Jersey City and beating the fuck out of anyone who had wronged him in the past.
Wow.
And when the bat became too cumbersome, he started carrying around a hunting knife, and he'd slash the face of anyone who crossed him.
Yikes.
And of course, none of this behavior was conducive to the school system.
No.
So Richard dropped out and got his education in pool halls and bars.
He loved pool.
Love pool.
Really?
Expert pool player.
Very good at it, huh?
Very, very good. Yeah, because he was playing pool every day from the time he was 13.
The hustler.
He would go and just hang out in pool halls and no one said anything to him because
Right.
he was scary to adults.
Yeah.
Like, he was this little kid who'd been like,
Give me the cue balls. It's my time to start playing pool.
you know, like, dumb little pull-out kid scaring me for an adult. Fucking okay, all right, okay, here you go. Here's a pool cue. And it, ding, 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 ding. He was great at it.
And those pool halls, that's where Richard bought his very first gun, a 38 Special with a 6-inch barrel. And eventually, for the first time in his life, Richard started making friends.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay.
And pretty soon, he had his very own little gang, about 5 guys.
Oh, that's nice. It's little wise guys.
Yeah.
It's cute.
Yeah,
little
they-
funny, cute little wise guys.
Yeah, they called themselves the Coming Up Roses gang. But because anyone who fucked with them would end up as fucking plant fertilizer.
Oh, I thought,
you fucking want this
I thought it was
smile on
nice
your
and coming up roses. Everything's coming up roses. Like, I thought
But also, it had the other connotation as well, coming up roses, because they said that they knew that their future, as long as they stuck together, their future would be bright. And guess what would happen?
What?
You'll see.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and to commemorate the gang, each one of them got a scroll tattooed on their left hand with the gang's name written on it, which is much scarier than the goofy, stupid fucking Grim Reaper tattoo they show in the Iceman.
So
Stupid
they got
Iceman.
So it was CUR. That's what they got.
No, they Coming Up Roses. They actually had Coming Up
They
Roses
were able
tattooed.
to write all of that.
Yeah. I mean, it
yeah.
probably wasn't very good.
No,
That's not what it was about. And if you made fun of their fucking tattoo,
I'm not.
You trying to make fun of these little wise guys' tattoo?
I like their tattoo.
By this time, Richard Kuklinski had developed a reputation around town as a guy who'd beat you just as soon as look at you. But there were still some people who hadn't gotten the message just yet. One of these people was an Irish city cop named Doyle who played pool in a Hoboken bar called Danny's.
He was also in West Side Story, and he was also in every other movie in the 1950s, because there's always one with the W.C. Fields nose and a slightly crooked hat. It's being like, I tell you, Richie, it's been a time or two since I played pool, swinging his fucking, like, baton around.
Yeah, it's like when he was born, the doctor gave him to his mother and was just like, Mrs. Whoever, you've got yourself a cliche. That is, it's always Doyle. There's no
It's
other.
always
it's
Doyle.
Always Doyle.
Doyle.
It's Doyle's way or it's the highway. I tell you what, if you want to take the highway, speed limit's 55. If you're not driving 55, you better be Sam Heger, because if you're not, you're going to get a ticket there.
Oh, no.
So one night, Richard was playing pool against Doyle, and Richard was beating Doyle again and again and again. And the more Richard won, the more names Doyle called Richard. You know, cheater and, of course, dumb Pollock.
Oh, no.
Now, Doyle might have gotten away with just a beating had it not been for one thing. He looked strikingly like Richard's father.
And the one thing you don't really want to do around Richie is to look like his dad.
Yeah.
Because he didn't really enjoy his father.
Yeah.
To the point where he also never called him his father. He called him Stanley.
Yeah. And so, Richard went outside and waited. And after a while, Doyle came out, got in his car, lit a cigarette, and passed out with the driver's side window open.
Different times.
It was.
Different times.
Yes. This is the cop, by the way.
Yeah. This is the
Good
cop.
He didn't drive.
Yeah.
He didn't
okay.
drive.
Yeah, he didn't drive. And speaking of which, Richard could have easily just slit this guy's throat. But the guy was a cop. Richard knew this the crime was going to be investigated, and he knew that he'd be the first suspect because the two had just had a very public fight inside Danny's bar.
Yeah, and if you take out this Officer Doyle, there's only 100 Officer Doyles left. So
Because Irish families reproduce in packs of 13.
by law.
But instead of going smaller, Richard went over the top with this one. He went to a nearby gas station, bought a quart of gas, poured it on Doyle, threw in a lit match, and stood nearby so he could hear Doyle scream and smell Doyle's flesh as he burned to death.
Wow.
This happened.
I will tell you this. There's almost nothing worse than hearing an Irishman scream while he's on fire.
I agree with that.
It's piercing.
That's, but he shouldn't have done it.
He shouldn't have done it.
So is this the second kill? This is the second confirmed.
This is his first premeditated murder.
Okay.
This is the one.
Yeah.
This is the first one when he decides.
He didn't mean to kill the
He
guy
didn't
the
mean to
first
kill the
time.
other
He just-
kid. No. He just went too far. But this is the first one that he thought, I'm going to murder this man.
Okay.
He was 16.
16
All right.
years old. Because also, this cop was playing. Also, that's the other thing. This is the cop was playing competitive pool. Full-grown cop playing competitive pool against a 16-year-old
Right.
in a bar, and no one said anything.
No.
Because he's drinking too. He's 16 and fucking drinking, and he's sitting there just fucking. Everybody's illegal. The whole
Very
thing's
weird.
illegal.
Yes, very strange.
Yeah, but 16 was still old enough to run a fairly successful street gang in Jersey City. Coming Up Rose's gang broke into warehouses, robbed liquor stores, and burgled the nicer homes in town. And Richard seemed to be inviting violence more and more. Because, as we said, Richard Kuklinski, he's your size. And he had been a
We
pretty
don't
thin-
have to clarify that every time we talk about his size.
He's your
but-
size. It's important for people to understand. He's a big guy.
It's scale, because people have seen pictures of the three of us together.
Yes, okay.
They know the differences in our heights.
Right.
So, yeah, he's your size.
So he's hairy like Henry, and he's my size.
Yes.
He's big.
Yeah,
no hair up top.
Yeah, no hair up top. And as you know, big guy, you kind of stand out a little bit. Richard made himself stand out even more by wearing bright yellow and pink suits. And he'd wear them every time he went to these sleazy New Jersey pool halls and bars.
All right.
You know what it was? I get it for why he did it, because a part of it was the way that they described it in the book is that he grew up with like threadbare clothing. They had nothing. He had to steal food for the family. So as soon as he started earning money, he wanted to look like a big shot. At
Right.
the time, he'd go and buy the fanciest clothes that he could buy because number one, he wanted to look good.
Right.
He wanted to show everybody that he can afford it. And also what you were saying, Marcus, which is I dare you to say, tell me something about my suit.
Right.
What was that? You think I look like Big Bird? And the guy's like, I didn't say anything, sir. It's like, I think I heard you think that I look like Big Bird. And he's just like, no, sir.
Yeah.
No, sir. Whoop! And he just ties him in a fucking knot like he's Shrek.
Well, that's the thing. When you're very big, people are always coming up to you and yelling at you and talking to you.
Big guy.
You can use that as an opportunity to speak with them, though, and you can win hearts and minds that way.
I guess he could have win a heart and mind, but no,
Or
Richard
he could
Kuklinski, you just slashed him across the face with this combat
He
knife.
did the opposite of that, but
Well, Kissel, maybe you should start doing it the other way. Maybe you could get more votes if you do more stuff like, it's more like grabbing people by their shirt and showing them how big your hands are.
Right,
It's like,
right.
it's like petting their hair a lot and like being like, what's in your pockets? And they really can't do anything because
Right.
you're just sticking your hands in their pockets.
So since the Roses were pulling off so many jobs without getting caught, they were eventually noticed by the De Cavalcanti crime family. De Cavalcanti, and were recruited by a member named Carmen Genovese,
okay.
a.k.a. Meatball.
Who's my size?
It's a lot easier. It's a lot
so you
easier
got
to
a
call
guy-
him Meatball.
Yeah, because they said he had a head that looked like a big meatball, so they called him Meatball.
Yeah, it was not a creative nickname. It was.
And he wasn't one of the New York crime family Genoveses. He was. He wasn't related to them at all.
Oh, I love it. Why did you guys call me Meatball? Your face looks like a meatball. Oh.
Ah, okay. That actually makes a lot of sense, because for me, if I looked at myself, it'd be more like Mr. Yarn. He's Yarn Man. He's a man made out of yarn, but also I just run criminal enterprises. I don't give myself nicknames to other people any sort of creative names.
All right, so we got the Aqua Teen Hunger Force of mafia families going out there. They're recruited. Everything's coming up roses.
So Meatball brought the gang to his house one afternoon, made them a big spaghetti, and gave them their very first contract killing. Now, this was a big deal for the Roses, as they've been trying to find their way into organized crime for a while.
It's strange for him, for an older man to bring. I mean, honestly, then we say older man, but we don't realize that people just had to work much harder earlier in the 50s than now.
Right.
So you could be 23 and be like a made man and be called Meatball and look like you're 47.
Yeah,
because
sure.
it's 1955 and everybody looks like that. So he bringing in there, he's making the spaghetti, and he's got a bunch of 16-year-olds just hanging out in his fucking living room, and he's like,
I was thinking, maybe this is kind of way out of line or something. But I think you 4 children would be great at murder.
It's like a weird Little Rascals situation.
Well, the only problem is that Richard and 2 of the other guys in the Coming Up Roses gang were Polish. And another one...
That's not good.
And another one was Irish.
Oh.
Only one of them were Italian. That means that he was the only one who could have possibly become a made man.
Oh.
the closest that you could get is a position called the Giovanni Diane, which means a mafia associate.
Yeah.
Which is like somebody, so you could be a side guy.
Right.
But you can't be a made guy because you got to be in the family.
Now,
and that's a part of also, too, I think that Clancy's got an immigrant sort of mentality.
Right.
Where it's like, I got to be what I got to be harder than everybody else because I'm Polish in an Italian world.
Well, I mean, couldn't you do like, rigatoni, eat raviolis? Like, just like, can you convert to being Italian?
Nope, you gotta be born.
You gotta be born.
You gotta
huh?
be born.
It's not like Catholicism.
Can't
huh?
even marry into it.
You can't marry into
No,
it.
you gotta
No.
be Italian.
Yeah, it's an Italian thing, baby. Like those shirts that you get in Staten Island.
Yeah, I didn't realize it was. Well, kind of puts a new meaning on that.
Yeah, I mean, the best these guys could hope for, independent contractors.
Oh,
that was
okay.
essentially what it was. So, hoping to get into the big money game, the gang, they took the murder contract that Meatball had just put right up in front of them. So they piled into Richard's car, and they went hunting. Now, the guy who they thought was the toughest dude, John Wheeler, was supposed to pull the trigger. But once they found the mark at a bar in Hoboken, Wheeler froze and couldn't get his hands to stop shaking. And so Richard just said, I'll do it. So he grabbed the gun from Wheeler, walked up to the mark in the bar's parking lot, put the gun to his head, pulled the trigger, and walked back to the car without a change in expression. Jeez. And after they'd driven a few blocks, Wheeler turned to Richie and said,
Man, Rich, you're cold like ice. And that's why we all think we should call you, okay, Daddy Ice Buckets.
I like that name. Wow.
Well, that's how the nickname Iceman was born. And
Oh,
Richard,
Iceman.
Iceman.
I think Iceman is better.
Iceman.
Yeah, and Richard, he found that he really, really liked being called that. And he he just liked getting an attaboy. He
Right.
loved the adulation that he got for murdering someone.
Yeah,
when
and again, it is a cool nickname.
it's a great nickname.
But then no one should be a contract killer.
Yeah, and when they returned to Meatball, boys were all poured drinks. They each got $500, and Richard Kuklinski was officially in the world of organized crime.
So 1950.
Mañana. Hey, buongiorno. It's nice.
So,
Make him a cake.
It's a nice.
that's a lot of money, isn't it?
$500
$500 each in the 50s?
In the 50s, yeah,
Probably
that's a
like
good amount of cash.
$2,000.
And it's a big deal. Do you ever notice in Williamsburg, and they don't do it as much anymore, but I remember when I first moved there, because Williamsburg, where we lived for many years,
Oh, yes.
that was like the epicenter for a lot of mob activity
Yeah.
for quite a period of time. That's where the movie Serpico takes place, like all of that shit, Donnie Brasco, all of that's there.
Graham Avenue.
Think Kings of New York as well.
But they used to do a thing, and I don't know if they do it as much anymore, where they would put up a sign that said, like, congratulations to Mario and Luigi. that was like, they would do their, like, commemoration ceremony where they have their big party where they became made men, and they'd just tell the neighborhood that they were having the party.
And they are only allowed to be made men after they murder someone?
Yeah, you got to make your bones.
Yeah, that's what they call it. They say you're making your bones.
Interesting. You know what? Williamsburg, also the L train, the Warriors
That movie took place on the L train. And I watched that movie recently. They're very tiny and weak. They actually look a lot like the people in Williamsburg now.
They filmed it on the L train?
They did. It takes place on the L train.
No, it
much
doesn't.
Of it. Yes, it does.
No.
The Warriors take the L.
Absolutely not.
No, they're bopping down to Coney.
They're bopping
They
from Bronx
take-
down to Coney Island, which was north to south, and the
Marcus
L only runs
Parks.
east-west.
Marcus Parks.
I've seen the Warriors more times than I can count.
How high can you count? No, the L train.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13,
Henry
14,
wins. So no, I'm pretty sure they took the L train.
No.
Well, we'll just agree to disagree, and we'll Google after the show, and we'll see if I'm right. This will stay in, and if I'm not, you'll never know it was edited out.
So now that these boys had made their bones, Meatball started throwing a lot of work over to the Roses. And it wasn't just small-time stuff either. These teenagers managed to hijack an armored car.
What?
They netted $2 million in currency and gold. They got $200,000 each.
Wow.
But every single bit of Richard's share was pissed away on gambling. Because Richard...
He loved it.
Oh, he loved it. He had a lifelong gambling problem. And because his gambling problem was so bad, he always needed money. But as soon as he got that money, he'd head over to an illegal gambling game, like a back room somewhere, or he'd go to Atlantic City, or he'd go to Vegas. And Vegas, that was his favorite because that's where Liberace played. And Liberace was his favorite entertainer.
You know, it's always the psychopaths that like the most effeminate musicians. Always. I don't know why that is.
It's the way they can express something close to sensitivity. 'Cause
Sure.
if you could go and sway and listen to Liberace and you're like, this is class. And also, the guy was very much about, like, if you look at Liberace's, like, his modus of operandi is that he liked being flashy. It was about him showing off his money. So at the time, it was very, like, I would say it's similar to the gangster rap, where you'd go and you'd listen to somebody bragging about how much money he had.
Right. I gotta say, man, the balls on the people that beat him at poker or anything, I cannot imagine. I would just let him win, I think.
Actually, he never lost his temper over a card game
That's
or gambling
crazy
or
to me.
anything like that. No,
No,
because he had rules. He knew what was fair.
Okay.
He also liked the game. He was also playing with other mobsters, and he knew often,
sure.
which you're going to learn, that you don't fucking shit where you eat.
Right.
Because it's a really bad idea, because that's how you get enemies that can kill you.
Right,
Yeah.
right. Okay.
Because the Coming Up Roses gang actually fucked up on that. 2 members decided it would be a good idea to rob a card game sponsored by a made man from the same family where the boys worked. Now, even though both of them were hiding their faces with bandanas, they worked with these dudes.
Yeah.
So they were easily made.
Yeah, dude, they were kids.
Yeah.
They were also just children. So it's like a bunch of grown men watching these 2 kids stick them up, and they're all just like, okay, you really want this money? Like, you want me to give you my money? Because then it's officially a robbery. You know that, right? And they'd give them the money, and then they'd leave, and they're like, now we gotta fucking do something about this.
Oh
Yeah.
my, they'll never recognize us with these. I got these glasses and they have a fake nose and a mustache on them. They're never going to recognize us.
Oh, it's Groucho!
Yeah, so a D. Cavalcante soldier, he knew Richard was in charge of these guys. And the thing is that, like, Richard had the respect of these mob dudes, even from a young age.
Okay.
So they figured they should go and talk to Richard.
Okay.
They figured, hey, this is your problem. You got to clean this up.
All right.
It's kind of like, I have a weird my inner thoughts are that they knew that he was the only one who was truly serious about it.
Yeah.
I think that they knew that he was the one who really could make it, and he saw the rest of them as a bunch of drips. It's kind of like how the CIA hired me instead of hiring you 2 guys.
Oh
my God.
It's an interesting, strange reveal.
Oh, my God. What have I done?
How much acid have they given you for free?
So the mob gave Richard 2 choices. Kill your friends, or we're going to kill you.
Oh, okay.
Now, these were Richard's first and only friends in life.
Yeah.
But on the other hand, these guys had fucked up. And furthermore, they'd broken one of Richard's rules. Don't steal from the mob.
Right.
I think it's a good rule for everyone. Not just Richie. I would say just don't, hey, if you meet a mob member, don't steal from him.
Or any organized crime organization.
I'm going to say or anyone or any organization at all.
That's nice.
Yeah.
And so Richard decided his friends had to go. Both friends were found and popped in the head before either one knew what was happening.
Wow.
And after that, the rest of the Coming Up Roses gang decided they didn't want to hang out with Richard anymore.
Yeah.
Why?
Yeah. That's when you kind of slowly walk out.
And with these two murders, Kuklinski had killed 5 people, including 2 of his best friends, when the rest of us were just graduating high school.
Wow.
And it was only about to get worse from there.
Hey, what's going on, guys? Henry Zabrowski here for 23andMe. 23andMe is the leader in direct-to-consumer DNA testing, and they get their name for the 23 pairs of chromosomes that make up our DNA. Huh. Mine said I only had 22. I really enjoyed getting my ancestry service kit. I found out I'm 2% Japanese, and that required 2 tablespoons of my spit, and that's the nicest anyone's ever been from receiving my spit. There are nearly 7.5 billion people on the planet, but there is nobody quite like you. 23andMe can help you learn how your DNA connects you to far-flung parts of the world. The 23andMe Ancestry Service allows you to see how your DNA breaks out across 150-plus regions worldwide, trace parts of your ancestry to a specific group of individuals from 1,000 years ago, and discover how much Neanderthal DNA you've inherited. You can tell by the eyebrows. You can even opt into DNA relatives to connect with people who share DNA with you, like murderers. The 23andMe Health Service allows you to discover how your DNA influences how your face looks, how you taste food, your ability to smell certain odors. I will say, it didn't tell me why my body is the way it is. This service can even show how genetics may influence your weight, sleep patterns, the way you digest dairy, the amount of caffeine you consume, and a whole bunch more. Now through August 9th, take advantage of the summer sale and save 30%. Order your 23andMe Health Plus Ancestry Service Kit at 23andme.com/left. Again, that number is 23andme.com/LEFT.
So now that Richard's gang was disbanded, he was once again alone. And according to Philip Carlo, and I didn't know this, Polish people have a penchant for walking?
What?
I will tell you, it's how I originally lost all of my weight. I walked for 6 hours a day up and down the streets of Toronto, but I do believe that it was also out of rage and guilt and sadness, which is also the Polish have a penchant for.
Now, I don't want to be like Mr. Roast Mode, but is it possible it's because they don't know how to drive?
It is possible
Okay.
that there is a Polish joke in there. But also, if they ask him all the time, to be like, how'd he get so big? And they're like, Philip Carlos would be like, so do you exercise with weights or something? And Richie said, the only exercise I ever did was lifting dead bodies. And you're like, oh, that's a funny tagline there.
The world's strongest and scariest man.
So, in order to get his walking in, Richard took to taking the ferry to Manhattan and walking up and down the west side.
What's your main form of exercise? Brooding. It's mostly brooding.
Yeah, that's like the guy from The Cure. That's how. But then he stopped. Once he got the money, he stopped being sad. And that's why he got all fat.
I like that.
So this is the point in the story where the argument for Richard Kuklinski being a serial killer can truly start to be made.
Okay.
And it all started with one angry bum. Richard said he was minding his own business when a homeless guy demanded money. Richard kept walking, but the bum got aggressive and grabbed Richard on the shoulder. And in response, Richard turned around, whipped out his combat knife, and quickly stabbed the bum twice in the chest.
Ooh.
And kept walking. And once Richard reached the Battery Tunnel in southern Manhattan, he turned around and walked back north, right by the homeless guy's corpse. And Richard found that he liked seeing the guy lay there, dead by his hand specifically.
He's really liking the worst parts of his life? Like the things that like everyone else would be sort of like, ugh, don't feel good about that?
Yes, he liked power.
Yeah.
I feel like that's at the end. We're going to see this here, where the idea of someone being rendered dead is that I guess we'll find out. It's like he didn't really get sexual pleasure out of murdering, but he definitely loved the idea of I can control whether you live or die.
Mm-hmm. And after that incident, Richard regularly went to Manhattan just begging for homeless people to accost him in some way.
So it's just him literally walking down the street with a yellow suit on, going like. like swinging his arms back and forth, being like, "Did I hit you? You want to fucking hit me? I got money." He's got like a dollar bill hanging out of his fly. Right. Being like, "Come and get it, come and get it. I'm a big dumb Pollock, looking to get robbed."
So he's honeypotting the people without the homes.
Yep, and once a homeless guy did accost him, Richard would either stab or bludgeon them to death, either leaving the bodies on the ground or cutting the stomachs open and dumping them in the Hudson River so they'd sink to the bottom.
Man, but just where is everyone? Like
this is back in the day.
Yeah,
this is back in the day.
This is in the 50s. So
Okay.
like and at night, a lot of the west side of Manhattan, it's not like it is now. Like 10th Avenue was fucking deserted.
Well, it
at
still
night.
is, even a little bit now, yeah.
Yeah. And every time Richard got pissed off enough to kill, he'd make this little clicking noise with his mouth. And this was a lifelong habit. And if you heard that sound, that meant violence was coming soon after. In the case of his future wife, it was a beating. And in the case of everyone else, it meant you were about to die. Jeez. Now, interestingly, this sound was actually captured in the first HBO documentary Richard did. Now, it's pretty faint, but listen and see if you can hear it.
Are there any murders that you committed that haunt you, that you just sort of, you feel and you
Nothing haunts me. No murders haunt me.
Do you hear it?
Oh, yeah, kind of hear it.
I heard it. He sort of sounds like the guy from Uncle Buck who had the toothpick at the bowling alley. I think his name was Pal or something.
Well, his whole thing is he talks real low, real slow. So you can hear every word, every sound. This big Polish mouth can make his tiny Polish teeth clicking together.
But he would do this face too, where he'd snarl, like
Yeah.
in the dock, where he'd pull his top lip back and he'd snarl, and he'd like get these little, like he'd travel between extremely bored and like momentarily enraged, but you can't really tell the difference because he wouldn't modulate his voice. It was always like this every single time he talk about something. It's just slow, patient.
He's horrifying. He had to be haunted by some of this stuff. He just had to be.
He was.
I don't know. I
Yeah,
actually
guess
don't
maybe
know.
not.
I don't think he was. I don't think he was at all. Because we're gonna talk in the next episode about some things that he did to try to make himself feel something, and it had a tiny effect on him.
Okay.
He would have to game his own brain. He would have to sit, and that's what he would make his crimes more heinous to see if he could feel things.
Yeah.
So strange.
Now, the reason why Richard made the sound in that interview is because he later said that he fucking hated the guy who was interviewing him because he felt like that question specifically, the do any murders haunt you, he thought it was judgmental. And he said, I didn't do this interview to be judged.
So he's sensitive. He's a very sensitive guy in a strange way then.
Yeah,
You go tell him he's sensitive, Kissel.
No,
that's
I'm
a problem.
fine with
So you go tell him. Go tell him he's being too sensitive.
And plus, what Richard hadn't been told when he agreed to the interview was that the guy had brought along law enforcement to listen in on the conversations.
I mean, he's in jail.
Yeah, he's in jail, but he wasn't told that law enforcement was involved in this. And Richard figured it out halfway through the interview because there was a cord running from the recording machine under the next door to the next room.
So, okay, guys, I got a couple of Dixie cups. We're going to put these to the window, put our ears to the Dixie cups. We're going to be able to hear everything. It's ridiculous. The law enforcement, they make such stupid mistakes sometimes.
Yeah,
Sometimes.
And it was years before that interviewer found out that he was just a hair away from being murdered on camera by Richard Kuklinski.
Jeez.
He almost did it. But as per Richard's burgeoning murder career in the 50s went, he started treating the west side of Manhattan like a finishing school for killing. He was constantly experimenting, seeing what the fastest and most efficient ways of killing someone actually were. Eventually, he found that stabbing someone in the back of the head into the brain straight up worked best and produced the least amount of blood.
Jeez.
But he didn't just stab and bludgeon, he strangled guys too. This is him talking about his strangulation method.
I actually did it in a way that's maybe this is original, and maybe not. I don't know. But I put the rope around his neck, twisted it, and threw him over my shoulder, and held him there. So actually, I was the tree hanging him.
Yeah.
And he eventually just stopped kicking.
I mean, it's like I'm trying something original. It's a cronut. It's a croissant and a donut. It's like, what are you like? What is it? What was that? For? Like, maybe this is original. Maybe it's not. What's he talking about? Like,
well, they've been plumbing him, asking him about what he would do, and so he honestly, at some point, is kind of like, I don't want to disappoint these people.
Right.
Everyone wants the fucking Iceman show, and so he starts talking about all of this shit. And yeah, I mean, if you're big enough to do the tree, then you can do the tree. If you're big and strong enough to do the tree, that's what people could do. And it's kind of like The Razor's Edge by Mr. Ramon. Mr. Razor Ramon. Only a man of that height and strength can get a man up that high and do the Razor's Edge.
Right. Great finisher.
Then Kuklinski started experimenting with ice picks, finding that if you practiced enough, you could get pretty good at getting it right into the eyeball or into the ear canal, and that would give you an instant kill.
So he's really leaning in here. This is a little punny.
Yeah.
He's getting a little bit punny with his character.
Well, Iceman, it didn't fully take hold until later on. The nickname Iceman it was with his friends, and some people, they would call him that, but it wasn't until later when he figured out a new way of disposing bodies that the Iceman became his true nickname.
And by the way, the whole Iceman thing, blown way out of proportion.
The media blew something out of proportion?
Yeah.
No way.
Media, no way. But yeah, they blew the whole Iceman body disposal thing way out of proportion. And all this time, when Richard Kuklinski was murdering dudes in the west side of Manhattan, the cops thought that the bums had just gone crazy and were killing each other.
Can you imagine how crazy that would have been? Just a bunch of bums stabbing each other in the eyes with ice picks and shit?
It's just the easiest way to get out of police work. They've gone nuts. What's your official conclusion, Officer Doyle? They're crazy.
It's cats and dogs out there. And that's the only thing I'll say about it further. No, it's my father. It's my father as a police officer. At this point, my dad was just a plumber.
Oh, he was just a plumber. Okay.
At this point, he was just a plumber. My dad became a cop in the 70s. And it's like he was more of a... Because this is like 60s, early 60s. This is when he was coming up. When my dad was coming up, he was just in motorcycle gangs and fucking.
Mm-hmm. Well, I mean, you'd think that cops would notice that the entire west side of Manhattan was just littered with dead bodies.
Yeah.
But back in this time, because this was still about like the mid to late 50s, there were no citywide murder statistics kept at all. And precincts didn't talk to each other at all. So they didn't know the scope of the murders.
Precincts in Manhattan is like 6 miles.
They still
your precinct just... Throw a rock. Like, everything is so close. I can't. That is the dumbest thing. The ego of the cops, the CIA and the FBI obviously used to do it too. Not talking to each other is so juvenile.
And then Richard started preying on another section of the population that has long been the target of the serial killer. Gay men. However, Richard said he didn't kill them specifically because they were gay. He killed them because he knew cops wouldn't investigate the murders. In fact, it's kind of weird how much this man, who killed up to 200 people, wanted to make sure that people knew that he was totally cool with gay people.
He said it like 3 times in the doc, where he's just like,
I'm not disparaging the gays. I'm just disparaging anything with a pulse.
Yeah.
Anything that's alive.
Okay. Well, I mean, I guess that he understands.
Yeah,
he's
that's
like,
no, there's nothing wrong with being gay. There's nothing wrong with being gay at all.
Right.
Yeah.
No,
he's
it's
like,
actually
now you're going to have a lot of people all mad at me because I'm saying bad things about gay people.
And you're like, no, man, we're scared of you because you killed 200 people, Iceman.
Yeah. All right. Well, I'll take him at his word then.
So this target group became clear to Richard as he was hanging out in a gay bar one night just looking for a drink. Guys started hitting on him, Richard declined, and the guy followed him outside. Eventually, Richard lost his temper, picked up a loose cobblestone, and smashed the dude's head so hard that his brain matter flew out and stuck to a store window.
Jeez.
And Manhattan was not Richard's only killing ground. This was done in Newark and Hoboken as well. But even though Richard had no friends, he wasn't completely alone. By this point, Richard had been dating an older woman named Linda for years.
My mother is named Linda.
Huh. Interesting.
Okay.
And of course, Richard, like his father, had been beating Linda this entire time. Once Richard reached his 20s, Linda became pregnant. Now, Richard tried to make her lose the baby by punching her in the stomach, but when that didn't work, he married her instead, quote, for the kid's sake.
Oh, she got a promotion. That's so nice. She's so lucky. She got to have a whole husband. That's incredible.
Eventually, they would have 2 kids together, and Richard said he never loved any of them. But, like we said earlier, they didn't know how lucky they were that he didn't love them.
Okay, this is the first family, huh?
Yeah. Meanwhile, the mob hits just kept coming from Meatball, and the mob hits started to get more elaborate. Richard's first important job was a used car salesman who had done something, quote, very disrespectful to a mob guy's wife.
Listen, it's a weird thing, okay? But he went in there, she was doing a test drive in a new Buick, and not to mince any words, and under no uncertain circumstances, he farted on her.
Oh,
Very disrespectful. No reason to do that. No reason to fart on a man's wife. No reason to fart on a man. You know what I mean? So this guy, he's gotta go.
He's gotta go.
Now, the request was that the guy should suffer, then disappear. And to prove that the mark suffered, Richard needed to bring back a piece of the guy. And in a dramatization Carlo wrote, Richard asked, how big of a piece? To which Meatball replied,
Not so big. Maybe like his hand. I don't know, some toes. Okay, something fun. something nice. I don't know. Something. I mean, you cut it. I mean, dealer's choice, freestyle, like always.
Choice. Oh my, that's not good.
Now, Richard said that he never particularly enjoyed the act of killing itself, to the point where he almost had a catchphrase about it. He'd always say this.
I never felt one way or the other.
And what Richard, when they asked
It
him,
should
like,
be coming up roses.
Yeah, everything's coming up. No, man, he killed his friends.
yeah.
But all right.
It's a bad memory for him.
Oh, okay, all right.
Now, what Richard really enjoyed was the stalking. And in this, you could make a case for Richard Kuklinski being a serial killer. If this is true, then that would help the argument that Kuklinski was a process killer, meaning that it was everything leading up to the actual kill that gave him pleasure. But what sets Kuklinski apart from the others is that he never got a sexual charge from any of his murders, or at least never admitted to one. The only thing that got him hot was when a complicated hit went particularly well. It was a job well done that made Richard horny.
Okay.
I really do believe it's more of a weird immigrant's pride, where he looked at it like he wanted to do a really good job. He wanted to be the best of the best. It's very strange. It's more of a mechanization of murder. It's more of like he figured out how to make a living off of it. He figured out a way to make, like, he gamed the world by running what he thought was like the ultimate scam. It's like, because it's easy for him because he doesn't feel anything. So he makes a fuck ton of money killing people. But then, I mean, he has to, like the psychopath, because he obviously has some form of, like, the antisocial personality disorder, means he gets bored easily. So a part of it is making interior games to make it interesting for himself.
So it's like, okay, so he's happy with the job well done. He's all alone. There's no team. Does he just dump the Gatorade bucket on his own head? Like, how does
Every
what kind
time.
of celebration is this?
He gets an attaboy from Meatball.
From Meatball.
From
Okay,
Meatball.
Meatball says attaboy. Good job.
But then he goes and he spends a bunch of money gambling, and then he plays pool, and then he drinks 6 or 7 Boilermakers, and never sleeps.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, he said the only thing that gave him an adrenaline rush was just regular old boring sex. Like, he was apparently, like, very... They said he had a huge dick, though.
Okay.
Yeah, he's a
I'm so happy that we were able to reference the size of the man's penis. It's officially the last podcast on the left and not another true crime show now. Okay, great. Good thing way to clear that one up.
Well, okay, so the sexual charge thing, the lack of sexual charge.
Okay.
That tells you that he doesn't fit into the 2 biggest of the 4 categories of serial killer. He's not power control, nor is he hedonistic, both of which are rooted in sexual desire. Nor does he fit into the categories of the missionary killer or the visionary killer, meaning he wasn't crazy. This right here, actually, we have what Richard thought about himself.
Did you think of yourself as an assassin?
Assassin. Sounds so exotic. I was just a murderer.
It's just the way he can, because it's unironic, the way he does it.
Yeah.
Where he goes like,
An assassin. You make us sound so exotic, and then
like he does that little laugh, and then it just drops.
Yeah.
And
Right,
it's like-
right.
Yeah.
I'm
At
just
his
a murderer.
It's really horrifying, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, at his core, he's a lot like Carl Panzram. He's a criminal who liked killing.
Mm-hmm.
However, when Richard wanted, his killing methods could be just as cruel and vicious as a Ted Bundy or a Richard Ramirez, possibly even more so.
Okay.
Well, in the book, the first thing he says is that might makes right. He said
Yeah.
that was the first thing I listened, which was also the Panzram motto.
Yeah.
And so I think a part of it is that I don't know if it's, again, I don't know if it's enjoying killing. And I don't know if it's the escalation is like his own personal, like his proclivity. I think it's he felt life and people were cruel. People are animals. Everybody's going to die one way or another. This is like every single time I up the ante of the violence of my crimes, I'm giving more of a big middle finger to the world that has given me nothing but pain and sorrow. And so it is weirdly a missionary killer in a way, maybe.
Maybe, but that's also this is part of the reason why a lot of people want to get rid of the whole like 4 category thing, because so many times, because it's too narrow. And how many times have we talked about a killer and we're like, well, he's mixed, you know, he's both controlled and uncontrolled, he's both hedonistic and a missionary killer. So I mean, because really we got to remember, like, the field of serial killer research is still pretty new.
So, and I will say we are intersectional serial killer experts. So we believe that you can mix them all together.
Sure.
Well, for an example of Richard's cruelty, let's take the used car dealer.
Okay.
Richard stalked him, knocked him out, bundled him into a trunk, and took him out to the Pine Barrens. And once there, he took the salesman out and tied him to a tree.
Uh-oh.
Richard then told the salesman that he'd been instructed to make him suffer. And it seemed like the guy knew exactly why he was there.
I wasn't trying to fart on her. I wasn't trying. It was an accident. I had a bunch of Brussels sprouts and breakfast. I didn't want to fart on her. I didn't want to.
Man. Well, he did something wrong there.
Richard then took the blunt end of the hatchet and smashed the guy's knees and ankles before chopping off his fingers one at a time.
Well, the guy was alive?
While he was alive.
It's like the beginning of the movie Darkman, when he chops off the fingers with the cigar cutter.
That's right.
Brutal. That stuck with me for a long time for some reason.
Oh.
Okay.
Yeah, I love them. I love Darkman.
He didn't have to. He could have killed him and just like gotten a body. Like he really, no one was watching him. Is what I'm saying.
You know, it's a weird kind of honesty. I think.
So
I
weird.
really think it's a weird kind of honesty, is that he was told to do a job this particular way, and so he did the job this particular way.
His moral compass is like a compass in, like, what is it, the upside down world? It's just like all over the place. It's so weird.
Yeah.
Where is the upside down world?
I think that's in. I think that's Stranger
Things. Stranger Things.
So Richard, he was planning on just bringing back the fingers as proof of suffering, but after killing the guy, Richard got a better idea.
Light bulb.
Yes, like a Wile Coyote cartoon.
I don't remember this Wile E. Coyote cartoon when he does this, but
Well, instead of just fingers, Kuklinski took the hatchet, hacked off the guy's head, and brought it back to Meatball in a bag. And when Meatball saw the head, he smiled and paid Richard $10,000 for a job well done.
You know, I'll say, if I could just make a plaque for Employee of the Month, I'd put you on it, Richie. But I know that would identify you as a murderer. And also, this is very scary and highly unnecessary. Thank you for doing this, I guess. Here's $10,000. Don't do it to me. Is that going to stop this?
oh my God. All right, so he went above and beyond.
Yeah,
Huh?
and with that, Kuklinski became the go-to guy whenever someone needed an unnecessarily painful death.
Oh my! I don't know if anyone ever needs an unnecessarily painful death, but
sometimes they do, Kissel.
I guess so. I guess so.
And from then on, he was known only as the Polak.
Oh, yeah, that's like Batman. You take the name of the thing that bothers you as your own name.
This would actually be a trend throughout his life.
What's the symbol? What light symbol do you throw up in the sky when you need the Polak?
It's a fucking screen door on a submarine.
I'm needed. Oh, right.
Yeah, the whole thing, like people not knowing his name, that would be something that Kuklinski would take throughout the rest of his life. And that's partly why he didn't get caught. Was because people didn't know who he was. They didn't know where he lived. They didn't know he had a family. He's either known as the Polak. Sometimes they just called him Big Guy.
Big Guy.
Yeah.
Love it. Love the Big Guy.
Kuklinski, after this, became Meatball's main collector and enforcer, making sure that anyone who owed Meatball money would pay up. And those that didn't pay up died. Simple as that. But even though Kuklinski was killing for money, he hadn't stopped his trips to Manhattan. And when he was asked by Carlo just how many of these murders he committed, Kuklinski said, quote,
All the fingers on both your hands. 5 times.
Wow, now I got to do math.
50.
No
It's 50.
kid.
It's 50.
Wow. Jeez.
Unless you're old 8-fingered Tony. And then it's fucking 40. I don't know.
I don't know. Who knows? Wow.
But still, since these guys were mostly homeless, the cops didn't really give a fuck.
Right.
Meanwhile, the mob hits just kept getting weirder. Once, they asked Richard to kill a mob boss who was stealing from the family and shoved his credit cards up his ass.
Well, that is not a It's not a wallet. It's not a purse.
That's what he's trying to do. Yeah. Go make this guy a pocketbook, Richie. And he's just like,
All right.
laugh, serious face.
Yeah. And
Right.
Richard did so out in the Pine Barrens, but not before breaking the guy's arms, shoulders, collarbones, and ribs, and finishing the job with a rock to the head.
Jeez.
He then shoved the credit cards up the guy's ass,
Could have done without that.
rolled the guy in a tarp, and dumped him in an abandoned lot in Bayonne, just to make sure everyone got the message that you don't fuck with the De Cavalcantes.
De Cavalcantes. You don't deal with these guys. I mean, in the end, my question is where'd you get the idea to fuck with them in the first place?
Yeah.
I don't know. My God, we have a human ATM over here. It's horrible stuff.
And after that, Richard's reputation spread. And pretty soon, he was working for other mob families as well.
But no, he killed a mob boss, but that didn't go against his...
He killed the mob boss on behalf of the other mob bosses. He'd do this again and again. We'll definitely find out in the next episode that when you needed a big job done, you used Kuklinski.
You called up the Polak.
Yeah. It's like, let's give him the Mongo. It's that type of thing.
Mongo. You know what it is, too? It's specifically because he didn't belong to any one of the families. The commission all had to get together. All of the heads of the bosses had to get together, and it had to be a 3/5 agreement to kill another one of the bosses. They all had to do it, and so that's the only person who could make a hit. And then what's great by him is that he's an independent contractor so that he could just do it without worrying about repercussions from one of the other families. And because the mob works with rules, you can't fuck with him because essentially he's doing it for money just like everybody else.
They took an up or down vote.
Yeah.
I mean... you know what they should have? They need to have the filibuster. And the guy who was just like, guys, I know you want to kill me, but let me speak.
Let me speak.
Well, some of Richard's hits were done quickly, same day, while others took weeks to find the target. But
So this is the montage with taking care of business every day, where he's going and doing it. He's getting up into mob, new suits.
Was that a scene in that Michael Shannon movie?
No, there was a montage scene, but it was him just killing a whole bunch of people. And they did show the tree very, very briefly in that montage scene.
All right.
But yeah, there was definitely a montage. Every mob movie has a montage.
Well, you have to. Otherwise, how do you know time is passing?
Well, the other thing, too, is that the reason why all these mob movies have montages is because mob stuff is horribly repetitive.
Sure.
It's like doing the same shit over and over and over again until they get caught.
That's what I always think when I think about mobs and all the murders. I'm like, mundane, repetitive, copy, paste. I get it. Okay.
Well, Richard, though, he always got his man, and the patience that he learned in always getting his man was applied to his personal murders as well.
That would have been a great montage. Just all the times he's waiting.
Yeah, just sitting, hanging out, chewing gum, clicking, thinking about pierogies.
Oh.
See, in addition to being an antisocial personality, Richard also had paranoid personality disorder. This meant that Richard was essentially incapable of forgiveness. Any humiliation whatsoever demanded revenge. And for Kuklinski, revenge almost always meant murder. Case in point was a bouncer who was just doing his job. Kuklinski had gotten particularly drunk one night at a bar, so the bouncer threw him out. Now, Richard might have let it slide, but on the way out, the bouncer kicked him in the butt, which Richard felt was unnecessary.
Let's just go ahead and say, yes, it is unnecessary.
Sure.
It is unnecessary.
But
You don't want to heighten tensions. You want to de-escalate. Yeah.
So Richard waited for 2 days.
2
days.
days.
2 days. Sitting there, staring at the bouncer, watching his every movement, checking out all of his patterns, when people came in, when people came out. So finally, Richard waited until just the right moment, got out of his car, hammer in hand, and hit the bouncer in the head with the hammer so hard that it stuck in the dude's skull.
fuck.
Jesus.
Yeah, dude. But this has also made him swear off of drinking too hard. He blamed the drinking.
Yeah.
He was
Oh,
like,
he did.
I'm drinking too much. I can't do this anymore. I get mad when I'm drunk, and I can't do it. Like, he had his safe bars where he'd have to go and be like, this is where I can't. This is my home bar. This is in Hoboken. I can't fuck around here because then where am I going to drink?
Right.
And by the time that murder happened, Richard estimated that he'd killed over 65 men. He was 25 years old.
25 years old.
25? You can't have over double your age in murders. This is ridiculous. If I was around him, I'd say this is getting ridiculous.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, he's strangling you, and you're like, this is ridiculous.
It's ridiculous.
But unfortunately for Richard, Meatball, his main guy, got murdered. Got shot in the head while he was cooking some spaghetti in the kitchen.
That's classic.
Every time. Because you know how it is, too, is it's Meatball being like, just know in my will, if I die, I want to be drowned in my gravy. And so they have to go and shoot him in the head, and they're like, we gotta show him a little bit of respect. Meatball's been a part of this family so long. He's like, you're right. And they just stuck his head in the sauce.
I want to know more about that second hitman there. Who is that guy?
That's all his white guys. They all have weird consciousness.
For some reason, after Meatball got killed, the other mob guys kind of cooled off on Richard for a little bit, and work dried up. So Richard had no choice but to go straight temporarily, so he got a job at the Swiftline Trucking Company. Now, this wasn't a change of heart for Richard. The only reason why he got a job at the trucking company so he could case the best trucks to hijack.
Yeah, was he flipping through the phone book and he finally got into the S's and he's like, serial killer jobs. Here it is, trucker. That is like,
Oh, he worked on the docks.
He was a dock guy.
He was a loading
He's a
guy.
dock
He was a loading guy.
Yeah, he was a loading guy.
I see.
Yeah.
That must have been strange, the jokes he made about how he used to pick up bodies and throw them in the similar fashion.
But it was here at the trucking company that Richard would meet the unfortunate love of his life, Barbara Pedrici. Eventually, she would call the day they got married as the worst day of her life. And if the people who made the Iceman would have had any balls, the story we just told would have been the first act of their movie instead of it being Michael Shannon acting cute by hanging a fucking spoon off his nose.
Yep. Wow. That's how The Godfather began, right? A huge wedding. That would have been a nice place to start.
That's right. I gotta rewatch The Godfather.
Yeah.
It's good.
Yeah, I heard it's good.
I heard it's good.
I heard it's really
Is it
good.
good? He put cotton swabs in his mouth.
And that's the next episode. Isabella and Arthur, you can't refuse.
All right, there it
And that's
is.
where we'll pick back up for Richard Kuklinski Part 2.
Kuklinski Part 2. This is a fascinating story. crazy life story for this guy.
Yeah.
All right,
Yeah.
everyone. Well, thank you all so much for listening. What do we have to do? We have to make this plug because we got a extra show.
Yeah.
We're going to be doing it here. Do you want to talk about that?
Yeah, we added a show to the Phoenix show that's coming up. We're doing Phoenix on August 17th.
Can't wait.
And then the next day, we're going to be flying to California, and we're going to be doing a show in Santa Ana.
Orange County, we're coming for you, bro. LBC, man.
Orange
Coming down there.
County.
Let's fucking come watch our wares. Come see our sundries in Santa
Yes.
Ana.
Yeah, I want to see those tan surfer bods. I want to meet everyone in their clothes that have the glove on them.
I've always
they have
heard
gloves.
Yeah.
I've heard that we're really big in the surfer community.
Is that right? Yeah, the world's most electrocuted surfer who listens while surfing.
I just want to say thank you, everybody who stuck around. It's like I got a couple, I want to say Spring Hill Jack Coffee sent me a cold brew set, right?
Yeah.
And this shit's powerful.
Good.
I am vibrating. The backs of my knees are making coffee soup right now.
Oh.
And I think it's good.
Oh, that's a good assessment.
Yeah, I think so.
All right.
I think it's
very
good.
Cool.
And the tickets for that Santa Ana show are going to go on sale next week, I believe on Monday or Tuesday. So be sure to check our Twitter and our website to see exactly where you can buy those tickets. Or you can just Google Santa Ana Last Podcast on the left.
Yes, cannot wait to see you in Phoenix. We cannot wait to see you. And again, apologies for the last time.
No.
We will be there, and we cannot say how much enthusiasm we have.
Cannot wait to get into that 110-degree weather.
I like the heat, so everyone complains about it, but I love the heat because I'm not like
Honestly,
the Iceman.
it would be nice. You could wear less layers.
I don't want to.
I know, but you are obviously hot. You
I
look
am
hot.
coated in sweat on a regular basis, slippery, and
Because you got to wear some layer, man. Wear a tank top, man.
My whole
we all
body is
got
layers.
bodies, man. My shorts are getting higher. My clothes are getting tighter.
Yeah.
I'm just doing this, whether I'm getting fatter or not. That's what I'm doing.
You have a strange comfortability with your form. And
Yeah, man. Because I'm accepting that every body is a gift that we're handed, and some gifts are kaleidoscopes, and some gifts are fleshlights, and some gifts are flashlights. Does that make sense? Does any of that make
You
sense?
just named a bunch of cylindrical things.
That's me.
That's the
That's me.
And that's why they call it the present.
Thank you for sticking with us on our 2-week break. It
Yes.
wasn't really a break because we were working really hard. But
Yeah.
we want to say thank you. We're back and we're ready to fucking go
Yeah.
again. And it feels good to fucking do our shit.
Yes, and want to thank Mary as well. She put together those best ofs, and she
Yeah.
did such a great job.
Thank
So
you, Mary.
Thank you, Mary Kelly. You are the best.
She did wonderful, wonderful job. Now you're going to want to give to the Patreon if you want to give us money. We're going to be back to doing some interviews real
Yep.
soon. Right, Kissel?
That is right, Henry. And I read some fun creepypastas this week as well, so check that out. One involves a lot of honey, which is kind of fun. So it's a
Winnie
weird
the Pooh
story.
themed?
No.
That Christopher Robin movie makes me want to fucking go on a killing
Well, why
spree.
did they do that? With they look so weird.
I hate it. I hate it. That's awful. Leave him alone.
Yeah.
Just get him out of there. Just
Leave him
stop doing
alone.
Winnie the Pooh.
And why
all right,
doesn't
I don't want to
Eeyore
hear
ever-
Christopher Robin. I think a Christopher Robin in their real life would probably turn out to be Jeffrey Dahmer.
Who knows? And Eeyore deserves more of a movie, you know.
More respect.
More respect. You know, he was right about everything.
And I am going to also postulate out there if we're ever going to do a Riverdale version of Winnie the Pooh, I'm the guy. I'm saying it out loud right now on the show so that it can be willed into existence.
Nah, they already cast Jim Carrey. Yeah, I'm sorry.
Jim Carrey! Please, if you want to follow us on social media for whatever fucking reason, follow us on Twitter at Henry Loves You and Marcus
Yep.
Parks and LP on the left for all the rest of it.
I've re-deactivated.
Again?
You do this every... You are becoming like Oprah with her weight. With Twitter.
But I am loving Instagram, so follow me at BenKissel1 on Instagram. And yeah, that's basically it, I guess.
That's it.
All right, and listen to all the other shows here on the LPN network. Just peruse around. I'm sure you'll find something you like. All right, everyone, hail yourselves.
Yo, fuckers. Goodbye. Hail Satan.
Again.
And the Magustalations.
Hail me! And hey, guys, if you're going to be a contract killer, why don't you use that energy to go ahead and become like a scientist? We need them.
Oh, yeah, we do.
There's no place to escape to.
This is the last podcast.
On the left. That's when the cannibalism started.
What was that?
whenever, when, where.
All right, welcome to the last podcast on the left, everybody. It is Halloween. I am Ben Kissel. That is Marcus Parks. And finally back from disgusting Canada in the studio,
Canada's full of half people.
Henry Zabrowski.
Henry Zabrowski's back, and I got to tell you, Canada's just lucky we don't use their whole fucking country just to test drones.
Well, I think we might.
Oh, I mean, whatever it is. And I was saying before, when I went to deal with, every time I talk with somebody who's rude in Canada, I was like, I can tap your phone.
Right.
I can call the NSA myself.
Henry, you mentioned phones, and that's what today's episode is all about. We're doing a listener pasta call-in edition, a.k.a. You do it.
It's a big jump that Kissel just made, but I will jump with you. Yes.
Gotta do it.
This last week we had you guys write creepypastas, and we read them in our melodious tones. And this time you're going to come up with stories that really happened to you, and then you're going to fucking do it because you do it.
You do it. You got to do it. So
You
we
do
took
it.
a bunch of great phone calls, and man, I'll tell you, the stories this year, I think this is, definitely tops last year, and I don't think it could be beat next year. This is really phenomenal stuff.
Y'all lead crooked lives. Y'all are broken. And so again, today we're going to spook you out. So what I say you do right now is that if you're wearing moccasins, you kick them off.
Oh,
all right.
yeah.
First of all, you're an Indian. I need you to just pretend to be Spanish so I can speak with you. Then what I need you to do is I'm going to roll off your sweatpants. All right, like they're fucking pizza doughs, like they're Strombolis, for those of you that are not from New York. I want you to pull your panties down just to your knees, if you're a man as well. Remove the rest of your clothes diligently, business-like. No pleasure involved. And then what I want you to do is I want you to roll up a fucking Andre the Giant's toe of some sweet, sweet Jamaican allspice and wrap your lips around it like it's a fucking flute.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, right? Get
So
high.
that's-
I'm saying get
high.
stoned.
Okay, I
Yeah,
see. I
get
wasn't
high.
quite sure what you were saying. So basically, you're telling everyone to just relax and get comfortable.
Yes, because we're going to scare you.
Okay, because it's going to be scary. So I guess we should just go to the first phone call, huh?
Yeah, let's start it up. Here is our first call-in. Yeah, it really. We got Darcy on the line.
Darcy,
could you turn on your video by any chance?
I don't know if mine actually works right now.
All right.
My laptop's kind of like 3 years old. so
Darcy, are you
it's
seriously just a 70-year-old man, and that's why you don't want to show your face? You can say it.
You caught me. I don't know.
Also know that if you've had your face recently replaced because of an animal attack, we won't judge you.
Oh, absolutely not. I was just discussing how I think the woman who got her face ripped off by the chimp looks better than ever.
And I completely disagree. I think that she should have some sort of Cobra Commando mask. And then no one will ever have to ever worry about kissing her.
That's very true. I'll kiss her, though. I love her. All right, Darcy. Thanks so much for calling in.
Yeah, Darcy, so your story is you were in a haunted house between 11 to 18?
Yeah, so we moved into there after my parents divorced, and it just like, especially like in my room and in the basement, it like just felt really like oppressive, and weird things happened in that house.
Was it just because they wouldn't let you play your rock music too loud?
Maybe that was it.
So give us some location. What state and town were you in?
Yeah, I'm from Oshkosh, Wisconsin.
Hey, go Pack, go.
Yeah.
That's great. Oshkosh is beautiful. I was at a wrestling tournament there once. I placed 6th, and at that same wrestling tournament, a man broke his arm in one of the most brutal ways I've ever seen in my entire life.
That's a depressing story.
Oshkosh on the water.
And that's an Oshkosh story. I feel like
Yeah.
Nobody won.
So you're in Oshkosh? No one did win. Oshkosh, Wisconsin, and Wisconsin itself is very, very haunted. A lot of people died in random construction accidents.
Yeah, and they all freeze to death.
So, what are other examples of the haunting? Do you have more like specific examples? So it started about the time you were 11. So your parents divorced, which they know a lot of times in hauntings, acute psychological trauma will make them happen. Much like a woman's menses becoming active, and also, or if a series of boys are murdered in a room.
Right.
Yeah. The two scariest things that happened, I guess. One instance was I was like 17 and I procrastinated and I was up really late doing a paper.
Punished. You were punished.
Yeah. And all of a sudden I like heard music coming out of my closet, and I I have a lot of toys from my childhood in there, so I was just like, okay, maybe one of those is like playing or something. So I went in to try to find like a toy that was making that noise, and I couldn't find anything. And it was playing the like "Go to Sleep," like that song, like
What
go
song
to
is
sleep,
Go to sleep. Go to sleep.
No, go to sleep. That's the heavy metal version.
No, she's talking.
the creepiest song of all time to come from a closet for no reason.
Right.
It's also a song that does the opposite of putting you to sleep. Because
Well-
it makes me wide awake.
It makes you
with
go
terror.
under the covers, though, which makes it more likely you'll fall asleep.
Like a canary.
Yeah, kinda.
Yeah, and my closet shared a wall with my brother's closet, so I thought it was like him playing a joke on me or something. But I went into his room and he was like fast asleep, and I couldn't find the source of it, and it sounded like it was coming from like in the wall, and I have no idea what that was. That was just like
That's your classic Wisconsin mouse family. They live in the walls and they eat little cheese curds. They're just little cheese crumbs, but they call them curds.
That's the cutest thing I've ever
Yeah,
heard.
and they're always putting their mice children to bed with that creepy tune.
But they will crawl inside of your mouth while you're sleeping and
Yes.
steal your breath.
I have asthma to this day.
Oh, I thought that was just because you were too big for your lungs.
Oh, yeah.
You also had Darcy. You also had a staring dog.
yeah. Well, that dog. She would just like stare at nothing all the time.
You know, we used to have a dog like that in college. That was just because we blew weed in its face.
Right. Technically illegal to do that, by the way.
Yeah. I didn't do that at my house with my mom, but but the other like scary experience that I had was I was trying to sleep one night, and my room was down the hallway from my mom and my brother's room, and all of a sudden I heard footsteps coming down the hallway, and my door opened, and I was like half asleep, so I was just like, what do you want? And then they didn't answer, and they walked over to the side of my bed, and don't know why they weren't answering, so I was like, okay, what do you want? And I didn't like look at them. I just like put my head in my pillow because I was super tired, and I felt someone sit on my bed. And I was finally like, what do you want? And I like woke up, and I could see, because the light from the hallway was coming in my room, and there was nobody sitting on my bed. And there was like it looked like an indent, like where somebody would be sitting.
Oh, it's sort of a heavy-set Wisconsin ghost.
Yes, yes. That's the thing. Is like, do you have heavy-set members of the family? Because maybe they were just sitting there that afternoon and the butt tent was left.
Yeah, could
Possibly.
be. Maybe it was the career of Don Magic Mikowski. Go Pack Go, former quarterback before Brett Favre took over. You know who I'm talking about, Darcy.
Does she?
No, she's like 20, Ben.
Yeah.
Different ages.
Yeah, she wasn't just crushing Kansas Schlitz against her forehead in 1997 like you were.
I see. Okay. All right.
That's very interesting. So you felt like you had a relationship with the entity at all? Or did you feel like you had a relationship with the entity at all? Because they say a lot of times with long-term hauntings, you begin to feel like you're communicating with someone.
Well, I attempted to contact it with a Ouija board, which is just a bad idea.
Yep. You did like the ghost catchers things. You're like, come out and face me.
Yeah.
No. Well, my brother bought me a Ouija board for Christmas one year. So
good brother. Yeah.
Then I like tried to contact it, but I didn't really get like any information or anything out of it. But like, I mean, I always felt like I was being like watched at night, which wasn't fun.
Yeah.
Unless you're a performer, then I would love it. Looking for eyeballs.
Oh yeah, even ghost eyeballs are awesome. Every time I go to a show and there's only two people, I always say the seats are full of something. You know. So it was fun in Wisconsin. I played it with a Ouija board, but oftentimes it would just spell out "Go to Pizza Hut." And,
I knew you were doing it, though.
No, my hands were never on it. Never on it.
That's weird.
I wasn't moving it. I said, I'm not moving it. So that was kind of a fun little thing we used to do.
annoying.
That's very.
I want to go back to the staring dog. I feel like we really just breezed over the staring dog.
Yeah, the staring dog. You know, the dog that would stare and bark.
Yeah, but what? It just that's it?
Well, that's a part of the haunting phenomena.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
because it would, I don't know, it would sleep in my room and like all of a sudden wake up in the middle of the night and like look in the corner or just do like things that just freak you out. And I didn't know if she was just senile or if she was just actually looking at something.
That's what my grandfather did a lot towards the end. My other question is did you notice when it was finally over, or did your family see anything as well, or was it just you?
It was just me, and that's when I moved out to go to college and stuff, like all the stuff like feeling watched at night and like I heard whispers when I would try to sleep, all that just stopped once I went to college.
It's a good thing that an automatic haunting killer is sweet PBRs.
Well, I was going to say PBRs in that great Wisconsin education.
Yeah.
The ghosts are too dumb for college. That's where you got to go to get rid of them. What college did you go to in Wisconsin?
I went to UW-Madison for my first year.
That's great. I took a bong. I took a beer bong off a 32-story building in Madison, Wisconsin, and I had about 10 beers in about 4 seconds, and I had a great rest of the night. I took some mushrooms, and everyone else I was with passed out.
There's a tear going down Ben's face.
No, it wasn't the super sad night. Wendy loves me still.
But he's smiling real big at the same time.
Yeah.
That's very interesting that none of your family noticed as well. I'm really surprised that no one said anything, or do they just not believe in that kind of thing, or do they look at you like you're crazy? Because were you doing the half like shaved head thing and like writing a lot of poetry as well?
No, none of that. My mom really like would just say like, don't say that, like that's scary and stuff, and like she says she doesn't believe in it, but then when we moved into a new house, she like burned incense around to like try to ward off.
Your mom was getting haunted as fuck and did not want to tell you.
That's correct.
Your mom was literally up all night long with like a full form entities just going like, get out, you know, and she's like, I just wish you'd stop saying scary things like the music coming out of the closet, because I gotta tell you, I just wish it was light like that for me.
Well, it's a Wisconsin ghost, so it's like, oh, get out. Just get out of here. I don't know. I'm haunting this woman. Get out of here.
Leave the casserole alone. You're going to get worms. It's not done yet.
Oh, man. Worms from a casserole. That's not good. Well, amazing. Thank you so much, Darcy. I'm happy you survived.
Yeah.
I would love to have a ghost come and sit with me at night.
That's another, again, the tear just dropped again. But he's still smiling broad.
No, I got a mouse. I got a mouse.
Hail Satan, Darcy. Do you understand that ritual meets perception meets reality?
Yeah.
Cool. Hell yeah.
We'll cover that on our magic episode, and you'll understand it better. I am the one that explains things.
We are not.
Henry does not know how to speak to humans.
The map is not the meaning. Never say something like that. That's a cryptic thing, but actually makes a lot of sense if you fucking think about it. We are not the map. We are not the map.
Never look a staring dog in the eye. That's all I'm going to say. Thanks, Darcy.
Thank you guys.
Hail Satan.
Hail Satan.
Oh, awesome. All right, we got Nicole from Michigan.
Yeah, Nicole's story is about an attic dweller.
Ooh.
It is. Okay, so this happened in 1970. It's my mom's story, but also she's one of 5, and everybody was there. I interviewed 4 people to get this story right.
Oh, awesome.
So my grandma had 5 children, and her husband was gone. It was dusk somewhere in a small town in Michigan. My grandma decided to take her 11-year-old child up to the store about 2 blocks away. So sorry with the ages here, but it's going to get a little weird. So there was my aunt, who was 11, my mom was 5, and then there was a toddler and a baby in the house. So my grandma leaves, and she goes out to the street, and just shortly afterwards, my aunt, who's like, I think I said like 9 or something, she's in the kitchen, and she hears something in the utility